They come from all across the world, from many different lands. The brave from Britain, the confident from America, the determined from Japan, and anyone else, anywhere else, who wants to step up to the challenge. 100 challengers compete across a 4-stage obstacle course devised by the devil. Success means glory. Failure means humiliation. It truly is win or die. Many have tried. Very few have succeeded. But they all have one goal: to become the next champion. This is Ninja Warrior of Halo! Hello guys, I'm Hunt Unit 751 and welcome back to Ninja Warrior of Halo. Today marks the 23rd tournament in this course's history. In the last tournament, another 100 competitors stepped up to the course, and although there was plenty of shocking early failures on stage 1, we did still see plenty of new successes. Newcomer Bookcase and regular Z-Master both got their first tastes of success, reaching stage 2, as did Atlantic Champ and Chris, who got all the way to the 3rd stage. Also, Crown Ferret 19, aka Irish, got his first stage 1 clear in almost 8 years. In the end, 3 competitors made it to the final stage for the 2nd tournament in a row. Double Ump, Alpha Puma, and Smoky Massacre, 3 of the most experienced and most successful competitors of all time in Halo jumping history. But ultimately, even they did not have what it takes to defeat the new challenge of this final stage. Double Ump came the closest, failing the same jump that Rog failed in Tournament 21, coming up 2 jumps short, but that was good enough to see him get his 2nd ever first place finish, and his first since Tournament 8. Sadly though, Ump will not be back today to make another challenge for total victory. But we do still have another 100 competitors ready to step up to the course. This tournament will also mark the end of an era on Halo 5, as not only will this be the final NWOH Tournament to take place before the move to Halo Infinite, but it is also likely to be the final official tournament that anyone can compete on Halo 5. But despite the somber mood, there is quite the excitement building amongst our competitors today. From promising newcomers to exciting young stars, the next generation of Halo jumpers are ready to step up and make their mark in this tournament. Let's head down to the sidelines to hear from a few of our competitors about how they're feeling coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really successful tournament. I'm expecting to see probably double-digit clears again this time, and I expect there to also be a lot of Stage 2 success. I don't expect there to be a lot of people go down there. All these obstacles are fun, especially the one right behind me, which was made by my good friend Atlantic Champ. And I'm just here to have a good time, and hope everybody else is going to have a good time with me. So.
I'm not feeling as stressed as I was in the last tournament. You know, obviously getting to stage 4, I kind of had to live up to that standard and get to stage 3 at least in the last tournament. But I'm a little bit more stressed, a little bit more relaxed, so hopefully at least I could maybe get back to stage 3, but stage 2 would be nice as well.
Yeah, I mean, stage 1 overall, it's going to be interesting with the, in Tournament 21 when the time went down 20 seconds, it felt like a lot tougher stage just as far as the obstacles were relatively similar. This time around, the 20-second time cut, I feel like the stage is overwhelmingly faster. So I think even though it's like a big speed stage, it's going to be very interesting to see, the pace people go at. And obviously there were record times last tournament. I don't think we'll be seeing any of those. But I think there's a lot of talented jumpers out here now, and I think we're going to see some really good runs. So I'm excited for this tournament.
I think Tournament 23 is going to be a very exciting tournament. I think the results are going to be hopefully better than last time. This half-pipe attack took me out last tournament. Hopefully I can get revenge on it and hopefully return to the 2nd stage.
It's interesting because there's good days and bad days. I feel like a lot of people can complete stage 1, but if a good jumper didn't, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a couple obstacles that, even though you can do them, they're failable as well, so should be interesting. I don't think the time is too tough. I think it's just a question of getting through the obstacles.
You know what's kind of crazy is that this is kind of towards the end of Halo 5, and I feel like despite how long Halo 5 has been out and how long we've been hosting tournaments on here, I feel like the jumpers are at their best now, more than they've ever been, and there's more of them than there ever have been. So I think there's a lot of people who have a chance to do really well in this tournament, and some of us old-timers, we gotta, make sure we hang around at the top two. So I'm excited to see how this tournament goes. I think there's going to be a lot of success. I would hope that, we'll see someone back at the final stage, and if someone can do it, that would be an amazing way to kind of ride off into the Halo 5 sunset.
I think for myself, I am the most unprepared I've been for a tournament. I've lived in the woods for the last 2 months, so I hope my jumping skills have retained, and I'd love to do a repeat. As for the whole tournament, I don't know how individual competitors are going to do, but I think this is the tournament we get a total victory. That is my prediction.
With the competition varying across the board, this could be the most successful tournament we've seen on Halo 5, but it will most definitely be the most unpredictable tournament we've had in a long time. One goal: to achieve total victory. 4 stages stand in the way from achieving that goal. One last battle on Halo 5. One last hurrah before the move to Halo Infinite. Let's head down to Mount Midoriyama to witness the glories and the tragedies starting on Stage 1. The first competitor ready to step up and take on Stage 1 here in Tournament 23. He's taking his time coming over the bridge, but he's not afraid. It's Foamy. We'll kick off the final Halo 5 tournament. Newcomer, but a competitor well known on quite a few courses at this point. He has 110 seconds to defeat 9 obstacles, starting with a brand new one, the 12 Timbers. 12 steps, go back and forth, you can do whatever you like on them, and he's got through it quite nicely. On to the other new obstacle on Stage 1, the curtain slider. Bounce your way across the wall and get to the other side. This is all about timing, and Foamy's got his timing wrong. He drops out, comes up short on the dismount. At least you beat the first obstacle. Now on to contestant number 2, another newcomer. This is Jelly, one of several competitors trained up by Joey Davis for this tournament. Joey we will be seeing a little bit later. I'm trying not to call them the Joey Davis clan, but they kind of are in this tournament. As I say, there's quite a few of them, as Jelly is going for an interesting technique on the 12 Timbers. You can do whatever you like on these 12 Timbers. You can use as few of them or as many of them, and Jelly, she was all over the place. I forgot to mention this is a female run. Jelly gets across the curtain slider, first person to do that, onto the ball drop, unchanged from the last tournament, but with a new rule: you can jump for the dismount whenever you feel like, and Jelly is making good use of that rule. Dismounts early and gets through the ball drop, onto the jumping spider. This jump has been made harder from the last tournament. The column is higher up than it was before, but Jelly gets into it. Well, we don't get many female competitors run the course, especially on Halo 5 actually, but Jelly is doing very well so far. On to the half-pipe attack. This caused a lot of damage in the last tournament. She's shooting it, she's afraid of it. Can she get past it? Just about gets into the head slide. Unchanged from the last tournament, but no trouble for Jelly. This is a fantastic run, considering this is only the second competitor of the tournament. I know, obviously, Phil was number 1 in the last tournament and he got to the slider jump, but this is a newcomer, and Jelly almost gets up the warped wall on the second try. Comes up just short. The time is running out now and she still can't get up the warped wall. Less than 20 seconds now on the clock, and she's fumbling. She hasn't got the legs, she hasn't got the technique. She's not even close now. 10 seconds as the klaxon sounds. It's still a fantastic debut run and a fantastic run at this early stage of the tournament, but it ends in defeat on the warped wall. Jelly gets up the wall now. That is just literally how it goes. I can't even say that's pot luck. That's not bad luck. That's just truly how it goes in Halo jumping. You finally get up the wall after 17,000 failed attempts. But sadly, not within the time limit. As we move on to our next competitor, another newcomer, this is Sunnyside Splash. Another competitor well known in the Halo jumping scene. Fun fact, this was the first ever run he did on a Halo jumping course, to my memory, if I'm remembering that correctly. As Sunny is off on the course and his first ever run does not go according to plan, as he fails on like the 5th step, I think that was. First competitor to go out on the 12 Timbers. That is unfortunate. But I'm sure Sunny will go on to bigger and better things in other courses, in other tournaments. We have Teeny Tarantula next. 4th newcomer, 4th competitor, 2nd female runner of the tournament. Wow, you finally get a female competitor and then another one shows up. Not like my love life, but I digress. Anyway, Teeny Tarantula going for a crouching technique down the right hand side of the 12 Timbers works nicely. We're seeing a lot of different techniques so far. What about the curtain slider? This is all about timing. You got to get that first bounce spot on. She's going for full speed and she overshoots the final part of the curtain slider. It looked like she got the timing right, but it was just a little bit off. That was unfortunate. Now for our first returning competitor, Mumbles Fogarty. 4th appearance, has a bit of an upward trend, I suppose you could say. In 3 previous appearances, he's gone out on the first obstacle, then the second obstacle, and then the third obstacle in the last tournament, which was the ball drop. So, you know, by that logic, maybe could get to the 4th obstacle today. Going for the, well, this is supposed to be the full send technique when you skip 3 steps at once, but Mumbles is doing the technique very slowly, being cautious. Took 25 seconds to get through that. 20-second time cut for this tournament. We're back down to 110 seconds again, as we were in tournament 21. As Mumbles does get the timing right on the curtain slider, and he's back to the ball drop. He's at least matched his personal best. Can he better it? As he takes his time on the ball drop. He tried to full send to the dismount, or to the stopper, sorry, in the last tournament. Didn't quite work. He's not going for that technique this time, even though it is allowed. He's instead going for a very careful, cautious approach, and it looks like it's going to work. Mumbles setting a personal best through the ball drop and on to the jumping spider. Not worrying about the time though. And oh no, Mumbles, what have you done? I have no words to describe that. There's literally no way to describe what's just happened. Mumbles has fallen off the side of stage 1.
Oh god. Oh no. Is that a jumping spider fail?
That's a yikes.
Alright.
It will go down as a personal best, but it might just be the worst jumping spider fail we've ever seen. Well, following on from that tragic failure, we had Jamaican You Crazy step up to the course. Yes, the accent was necessary. He went a little bit too slowly on the curtain slider, came up well short of the dismount. Then we had the Soldier step up to the course. His technique was all over the place on the 12 Timbers, and he proved that he needs a few more practice goes at on the assault course back at base. Then we had Araxia, trained by Joey Davis. Didn't train him very well with a technique like that. First ball drop fail of the tournament. And then we had Letroll, who failed the jumping spider the normal way, unlike Mumbles, but did not have the correct technique. Came up well short. As we now move on to our next competitor who started their run, this is Yam Yam Man. Yet another newcomer, as to be expected. A lot of newcomers stepping up in this tournament. Yam Yam almost fell off both ends of the ball then after the first drop, but survives the second drop and makes the dismount onto the jumping spider. Taking his time, steps forward, working out the technique when the jump just about gets in. As I say, whoa! Needs a couple of save jumps there. As I say, that jump off the trampoline to the column, a lot tougher than it was in the last tournament, as he's now going for the half-pipe attack. Good technique, big jump into the head slide, looking good. Another newcomer, Yam Yam is the man onto the warped wall. Can he get up this first try? He almost did. Second try, no, 30 seconds left on the clock. He needs to get up it now to have any chance. He does. All right, 25 seconds. It might not be enough, but he's got to push. The slider jump. This caused so much trouble in the last tournament. As Yam goes low, he's going to go underneath. He's still pushing, but I don't think it's going to be enough. That's not going to help. The klaxon sounds. He's hopping, he's jumping. He misses the man cannon. Oh no. We can see it clearly here. He jumped up. He went backwards. It didn't matter in the end. He was going to run out of time. But then you can see here, he hops up, hops again, and then realizes in midair about the man cannon. And instead, he goes down in history as only the third ever competitor to fail the Tarzan jump. As we now have a little bit of Ring-a-Ring-a-Rosies round and round. Is that Vulcan? It's an interesting pairing. I didn't think I'd see those two doing that intro together, Vulcan and Drew. This is Drew TV, back for his fourth appearance. Like Mumbles, went out on the ball drop in the last tournament. And also, like Mumbles actually, on an upward trajectory. First obstacle fail on his debut, then second obstacle, then third obstacle. I was expecting Drew to go for the big dismount then, but he did stop on that 11th step. But he couldn't have done that much quicker. That was pretty impressive from Drew. Curtain slider gets the dismount. Alright, the scene of his failure last time. He full sended the ball drop. It didn't work. It looks like he's going to go for the full send again, but this time he's going to use the stopper, and that is a personal best. Now, can he outbest the personal best of Mumble? He's already gone the right way, so that's a good start. But can Drew get past the jumping spider? He's failed the first obstacle. He's failed the second obstacle. He's failed the third obstacle. At the minute, he's not going to fail the fourth obstacle. He breaks that little trend. Time for the half pipe. Drew jumps a little early, gets into the head slide, but gets his angles wrong and shoots out the other side. First competitor out on the half pipe attack in this tournament. Next up, we have, I'm not sure if this guy is from Australia, but it's Discount Aussie. What a game attack. He has 110 seconds. As I said, many newcomers, especially in these early stages. Okay, looks like this guy is going to use all the steps, so this will be a good gauger to see how much time this takes doing this technique. Wide variety of techniques you can do on this obstacle. Go down the left side, go down the right side, use all the steps, do the full send strategy. 23 seconds that took him. It's not going to help him with this time limit. 20 seconds less! Oh no! Aussie hits the front of the curtain slider, and he is out very quickly. Next up, we have Spartan Walnut, back for his second appearance on the course. In the last tournament, his newcomer performance was fast-forwarded, but we did see him get into the spider, only to fail on the inside. He's hoping to go better today. Not a newcomer, but as I say, a lot of new faces, a lot of newcomers, a lot of fresh young talent stepping up in this tournament, hoping that they can have a breakout tournament. And Spartan, although he might not be a newcomer, he will be hoping that he can have that breakout performance here today, as he's quickly into the ball drop. Taking his time, going for the crouch technique. Moving very slowly, but efficient. really slowly right now as he goes for the first drop, survives nicely. Slows it down again for the second drop. Almost falls off the front, but saves it. That cost a lot of time, though. A minute on the clock already. This time limit is tight. You cannot be messing around. As Walnut, a bit of lag there, but he does get into the spider and outperforms his debut performance. This is a personal best. Another competitor setting a personal best. In fact, all the returning competitors, I think, so far have set personal bests. As Walnut onto the half-pipe attack. Can he crack this when Drew couldn't? Still a bit of lag, but he gets into the head slide nicely. Walnut. 27 seconds left on the clock. He's got to get up this warped wall in 1, and it's probably still not going to be enough. And he does not get up it in 1. Yet another competitor, the third competitor we've seen now, struggling with the time limit. Looking like he's going to run out of time, but he does get up the warped wall. Can he beat the slider jump before time runs out? Going quickly down the head slide, lands it. Going under as well, but fails and runs out of time literally just before he hit the water. Still a solid improvement though from Walnut on his second appearance. Following on from that, we had Panda Express, who was taking it nice and careful on the 12 timbers, but maybe not looking where he was going was not the play. Swiss Kill was killed also by the 12 timbers. Then we had Hump for God's sake. He wasn't helped by his friends shooting at him, which, you know, that's not very supportive. Then we had two more friends, Enemy Game, who tried to do the full send technique on the 12 timbers. That didn't work, but his buddy, Enemy Fire, did much better getting to the jumping spider. We then had Pacific Champ, who went for a crazy technique on the jumping spider that, shock horror, it didn't work. Which now brings us to our 20th runner of the tournament already. This is Joey Davis, 808. Small gamer tag change from the gamer tag he had on his newcomer appearance in the last tournament, Joey Davis 123. But he's off for his second appearance, and he's already done better than his debut run. A personal best already, putting that first jump fail behind him as he zoomed through the 12 timbers straight into the curtain slider. Joey, he's had over a year to improve, get better, get stronger since that newcomer appearance in the last tournament. And this is, without a shadow of a doubt, a very different Joey Davis stepping up in this tournament. He's showing it at the minute as he goes for the jumping spider, full sending, not stopping, and gets a nice high jump. Now making his way through the inside, going quickly through that as well. Joey has got the pace so far as he goes into the half-pipe attack. Can he get this? Yes, he can. Still got half the time, and he's already hit the warped wall. We've seen a lot of competitors struggle with this so far. Can Joey get up it in 1? Yes, he can. 45 seconds left on the clock. The slider jump. Don't underestimate this obstacle, Joey. Caused so much trouble for our veterans in the last tournament, but Joey will not be defeated by it as he goes over the top, and he has 30 seconds left to finish the job. It looks like Joey is going to be moving on as long as something disastrous doesn't happen here on the rope ladder. Climbing up, he's home and dry, he's got Vulcan waiting at the finish line, he shoots, he has put that newcomer performance well and truly behind him to pick up his first Stage 1 clear on this course. And he is the first man through to Stage 2 in this tournament. A brilliant job by Joey. He was going full pelt throughout pretty much the entire course. Got through the 12 timbers, got past the first obstacle which he couldn't do last time, got a nice high jump here in the spider, got up the warped wall in 1, that was crucial, and then kept his focus to get past the slider jump and finish the job.
Nice. He's done. Let's go, JD.
Nice.
Yeah.
Joey, let's go.
Davis. History has been made. Right there.
Bowie.
Well done.
It was like slowest clear
Alright,
ever.
Hunter, I made history.
I'm not sure what history he's referring to, he didn't really explain that bit, but Joey, what I can tell him is he is moving on to stage 2 for his first time, and he does join a very unique list of competitors, becoming only the 5th person ever to fail the first obstacle on stage 1 and then go on to clear the first stage in his career. And of course, matching the performance that he produced on Halo Ninja Warrior as well, to bounce back from failing the first obstacle to clearing stage 1. But I digress, let's move on. We have Wolf Ninja back for his 5th appearance today. As you saw there, went out on the ball drop in the last tournament as Wolf Ninja goes for the full send technique, and he commits to the dismount as well. That was impressive stuff. Wolf Ninja has never got past the 3rd obstacle before. He failed the first obstacle on his debut and has gone out on the 3rd obstacle in all of his appearances after that, including this ball drop. He's beaten it twice before when it was the 2nd obstacle. He failed it last tournament, but he gets past it today. That's a personal best for Wolf Ninja. At the 5th time of asking, he finally gets past the 3rd obstacle and barely gets inside the jumping spider. That was close, but he is still surviving, and he beats another obstacle. Onto the half-pipe attack, he's going right into it, not wasting any time! And he gets into the head slide! This is fantastic! Where is this performance come from? What Wolf Ninja have we been watching in the last 4 tournaments? Wolf Ninja is alive and kicking as he can't get up the walk wall in 1 though. Can he get up it on the 2nd try? Yes he can! He's going very quickly, 40 seconds on the clock. That's not a good first attempt at the slider jump, but he gets up into the head slide. The 2nd try goes down it quickly, lands it! Wolf Ninja! Oh my goodness, he's over the top! He's got 26 seconds left! Wolf Ninja, where has this performance come from? This is incredible! He's zooming, he's flying. Wolf Ninja! He's never gotten past the 3rd obstacle before in stage 1. He's done it today, and he is gonna beat stage 1! 10.1 seconds left on the clock. He needed 2 goes to hit the buzzer, but he got through, and Vulcan's at the finish line again. What the hell is Vulcan doing there? Has he found some secret portal to get himself to the finish line? Why is he here for everyone that's cleared stage 1? This is not going to be a regular occurrence, I promise. But Wolf Ninja, there was a few close calls. He almost came up short there on the jumping spider. The half-pipe attack, he got into the head slide and just saved himself from falling out the other side. Needed 2 goes at the walk-to-wall, 2 goes to get into the head slide of the slider jump. And actually, once he landed the slider jump, he almost got pushed out on the climb up. But he survived all those close calls to not only set himself a personal best, but to produce a breakout performance we never saw coming. Wolf Ninja moving on to stage 2. And in fact, that's actually 2 competitors in a row now that's beaten stage 1. We're, waiting for our first stage 1 clear, and then we get 2 in a row. We're on a streak. Can we make it 3 in a row with our next competitor? This is Tricky Cyrus, back for his 3rd appearance. He went out on the half-pipe attack in the last tournament. Really unlucky, actually. Got into the head slide, then got bonked out by the stopper at the end. But he is now back, hoping 3rd time will be the charm for him. He's shown on other courses that he does have the ability to clear stage 1. Not just on Smokey and Rog's course as well, the likes of Flames course as well, amongst several others. As he's on to the ball drop. Tricky. What? I still haven't got over that Wolf Ninja performance. Never got past the 3rd obstacle, and then he goes and clears stage 1. That is insane. As Tricky goes for the stopper, like a few others have done so far, and that saves him some time as well. Onto the jumping spider, sets himself up, bounces, jumped a bit early, comes up short. Tricky is out on the jumping spider. He falls back an obstacle, and he will have to wait for that stage 1 clear. Next up we have Katana Cat, newcomer, and another female competitor with a Needler intro. Lots of popping. Will she pop through stage 1 and become only the second female competitor to ever beat stage 1 on this course? Going for the 1-step strategy, using every steps. Doing some quick turns, trying to get through it as quickly as possible. It's safe, it's cautious, but you do what you have to do to beat the obstacle. And she is through. Onto the curtain slider. Can she get past this? Looks like she's got the timing right. Very nicely done. Onto the ball drop. Runs into the ball to get it going. Shoots it! That's not a good technique! And she drops out very quickly on the ball drop. Well, following on from that, we had more competitors step up to the course, including Taxed Hard? I'm not quite sure. He did very well getting to the half-pipe attack, but then didn't put in a very good effort on the obstacle. Then we had... oh, I should not be laughing at that. I'm going straight to hell. Spoilers to all the kids, I guess, who've never watched Bambi before. It came up short on the curtain slider. Let's move swiftly on. Apex champion did not do as well. Failing the 12 timbers. Maybe needs to go back to Apex. Then we had Brohammer, who tried to full send on the curtain slider. That technique does not work. Came up short, missed the last bounce. But Jason Statham also tried to do the full send strat, and carbon copy, it didn't work. Sadly, the Hollywood star not having a good day on the course. Now we have Purple Dino, who did get past the curtain slider and is currently on the ball drop. This is our first veteran of the tournament because on his last appearance in Tournament 21, he was amongst the 16 competitors that cleared Stage 1. So he makes his way through the ball drop onto the jumping spider. Beat this obstacle in both of his first two appearances and gets through it, gets into the spider here today. Not beating the obstacle yet, of course. This inside of the spider can take you out if you're not giving it the respect it deserves. Onto the half-pipe attack. He failed this on his debut in Tournament 19, but gets into the head slide. Heading for the dismount. Starting to run out of time though, less than 40 seconds on the clock. He might need to get up this walked wall in one to have any chance, which he does. Okay, slider jump. 30 seconds to go. His first experience of this obstacle, did not get to try it in the last tournament. This is an interesting technique. He goes slow to get height. It worked very nicely. Going over the top, taking his time a little bit though. 15 seconds, he's got to push if he wants to get his second stage 1 clear. 10 seconds as the klaxon sounds, he's climbing to the top. He might have enough time, but he comes up short. He jumped too late on that specific jump on the rope ladder and crashes out and misses out on returning to stage 2 as Tom Cruise steps up to the course, joining his fellow Hollywood star Jason Statham. Let's see if Mr. Cruise can be the top gun on this course. Will he put in an ace performance? I'm trying to think of other movies that Tom Cruise has been in to make silly puns. Oh no! Turns out it was Mission Impossible for Tom Cruise. Crashes out on the 12 timbers. Damn it, I'm annoyed at myself. Oh no. It's this guy. It's the old Nike chief. I'm sorry, I was damning myself because I couldn't think of more Tom Cruise puns, movie puns. I could only think of 2. But anyway, the Chief, you may be familiar with this guy on Irish's course. Stepping up to this course now. And unlike Tom Cruise, gets through the first obstacle. Hey, that guy can claim that he did better than Tom Cruise. Almost undershoots the curtain slider. And is taking a lot of bounces. Not got a lot of momentum. Comes up short. He got the timing right, but didn't have the momentum. A lot of different strategies involved with the curtain slider. As we now move on to Bubba Ace, back for his 5th appearance, the host of Ninja Warrior of Roblox. But well and truly a big part of Halo jumping. Made it to the half-pipe attack in the last tournament. Got to the warped wall actually 2 tournaments ago. So has slightly been improving on his performances over the last 2 tournaments. Taking his time a little bit here on the 12 timbers though. A little bit of a slow start. Bubba, not the most confident competitor in the world, obviously more suited to Roblox than he is to Halo, but still a great supporter of Halo jumping, running this course, running pretty much any course, and it's great to see him here again today, as he steps up to the ball drop. To my memory, don't think he's ever failed this obstacle before. And if that is true, he continues that perfect streak onto the jumping spider. Taking his time, setting up. Hits the trampoline and gets into the spider. Still a slow approach, but Bubba is making his way through. Ninja Warrior of Roblox host, of course, naming his show after this course, which is another thing I love about Bubba. As he now steps up to the half-pipe attack. He failed this in the last tournament. He misses the head slide and he fails the half-pipe attack again. It's still a great performance though from Bubba, just sadly not what he was hoping for. But now we can move on from one course host to another, but this one is a host of a Halo jumping course. This is Sonic Fan, back for his third appearance today. Both of his first two appearances, he's gone out on the third obstacle, including the ball drop in the last tournament. But as we've seen earlier from Wolf Ninja, if you can break that trend, buck that trend, and get past the third obstacle today, as he did, you could go on to achieve special things, and Sonic flies through the first obstacle, just like a few others have as well. Full sending that, and full sending the curtain slider. Another competitor looking confident. Will that confidence show on the ball drop? He goes early for the dismount, gets the stopper, and that's a personal best, and celebrates it with a teabag. Going straight into the jumping spider as well. Sonic is flying through the course. Look at that time, actually. He's through the first four obstacles in just over 40 seconds onto the half-pipe attack. Sonic showing the urgency and the confidence of one of the younger new generation of competitors. As he lands onto the walk wall, can he get up this in one? Sliding up it isn't going to work. But he takes his time, does get up it in one, has got tons of time, 45 seconds left on the clock. His head is inside the head slide, that's weird, but he gets onto it. I was going to say don't underestimate the slider jump, but he did not, because he destroyed it, and he's got 33 seconds left for the finish. He's spinning, he's doing 360s, I think he knows he's going to get the job done. And he's going to do it with a spring jump, confirming his success. That is a phenomenal time. 20.9 seconds left on the clock. That is incredible. If that had been the last tournament, he would have just cleared stage 1 with more than 40 seconds left on the clock. That is amazing, and it's a piece of history as he becomes the 200th ever stage 1 clear in this course's entire history. A historic clear befitting of an incredible performance from Sonic. He got his revenge on the ball drop that took him out in the last tournament with a clear strategy that worked perfectly. And just, apart from a close call getting into the head slide of the half pipe, he was pretty much perfect on every other obstacle, getting up the walk wall in one and spring jumping on the final obstacle, on his way to setting the fastest time so far in the tournament. Sonic, what a way to get your first stage 1 clear. Joey's was impressive, Wolf Ninja's was unexpected, but Sonic's has been the pick of the bunch so far as he cruises into stage 2. Following on from Sonic's success, we had more newcomers step up to the course. Bebe had one of the worst techniques you could possibly see on the ball drop, punching the ball and dropping like a stone straight down. Don't be... Oh my god, another bizarre gamer tag. This guy went out on the 12 timbers. Keanu! Oh, it's a Keanu Reeves. Is it another Hollywood star? He failed the 12 timbers as well. Hollywood's not having a good day today. He couldn't figure out his technique on the 12 timbers. Then we had Curious. Is this Sirius Black's long-lost cousin? He did better getting to the half-pipe attack, but missed the head slide and dropped out. And now we can move on to another newcomer and another course host with an interesting intro going on with Petrillo right now. He's raring to go, ready to step up to the course. This is Booker Taco, the host of Tasque.
Seconds left. It looks like Hunter is going to defeat stage 1 unless something tragic happens, which it doesn't look like it will. And Hunter unit is going to defeat stage 1 as he misses the buzzer. He did not hit the buzzer. Chumpy just preemptively fired a rocket. You know, I'm pretty sure if that timer was still going, he timed out. Why is everybody missing the buzzer? Jay, Chumpy, Hunter now? Just melee.
So that was a clip from one of the Halo 5 tournaments on Tasque, hosted by Booker Taco. Fun little course, actually. I only did it the once, but actually I really enjoyed it. And I really enjoyed Booker's style of hosting. Kind of wish I'd competed in more tournaments, to be honest. But now Booker is making his debut on this course and flying through the first 2 obstacles onto the ball drop. Quickly going for the dismount on the stopper and onto the jumping spider. Going for a sideways approach. That was interesting. He cut wide and then cut back to the left. He's flying right now. He's going even quicker than Sonic was. Onto the half-pipe attack. He was slightly worried about this obstacle, but he's got the runabout technique. Didn't even need to use the stopper, but does choose to use it just to play it safe. This is a fantastic performance so far from Booker, from the newcomer, and he's got the pace, unlike many of the other newcomers we've seen so far. Gets up the warped wall in 1. Time for the slider jump. Quickly going down this. Lands it, and he's going low as well, the cheeky chappy. Making sure to get this just right. Going underneath, and with 32 seconds left on the clock, Booker looks like he's going to be another competitor moving on to stage 2. Another performance where we've seen a competitor fly through stage 1, and another run that will end with success. Booker, 15.8 seconds left on the clock. He makes sure his debut performance is one that stands out. He's the 4th man moving on and the first newcomer to clear stage 1 in this tournament. Well done to the course host. And now from one newcomer to another, this is Lord of Ooh, a competitor well known on Spartan Sasuke. I think if I'm remembering correctly, wasn't he the first person to ever run Spartan Sasuke? Or one of the first ever to run Spartan Sasuke? Kind of had a long hiatus from Halo jumping and then came back to Spartan Sasuke and has competed on a few courses, now making his debut on this course. And it'd be pretty darn impressive if he could replicate the performance we just saw from Booker. Damn, Booker flew through the course, actually. He's onto the ball drop, is Lord of Ooh. Definitely taking a slightly slower, more careful approach. You can really see it in the competitors, especially in the newcomers. The competitors that have put the practice in, not so much like in terms of the amount of practice they've done, but the techniques that they have mastered on certain obstacles. You can see it with how confident they are going through certain obstacles. Lord of Ooh taking his time a little bit more, but making progress as he gets inside the jumping spider. Still progressing forward, but he has got less than 50 seconds on the clock now, used up more than half his time, and he has only just hit the halfway stage. Onto the half-pipe attack. Newcomers struggle with this obstacle, but we've seen a couple get past this. Can Lord of Ooh do it? My god, that's an interesting technique. Doesn't need the stopper, but I don't think he really realised what he was doing. I think he's probably quite surprised to be attempting the warped wall right now. Does not get up it on the first try. 20 seconds left on the clock. He's not going to join Booker on stage 2. Can he at least get up this warped wall? He shoots. That doesn't work though. 10 seconds. The klaxon sounds. Oh, Booker was so close there if he just crouched a little earlier. It's going to end in defeat at the warped wall. Lord of Ooh, time up. He is beaten by the warped wall. Just did not have what it takes to get up it and drops out into the water. Still a great effort though from a newcomer. That now brings us to our 40th runner with an intro we've seen several times before from him on other courses. Petrillo shooting at the final stage, hoping he can get there. He's got a long way to go first, starting with getting past stage 1 for the first time in his career. And he's hoping today is the day he can do it. Petrillo is stepping up today for his 4th appearance on the course, and so far he has established himself as the nearly man on stage 1. Across his first 3 appearances, he's made it to at least the 7th obstacle each time. On his debut in Tournament 20, he had a few struggles up the warped wall, and although he got up it and maybe still had enough time left, he slipped up on the flying chute. In Tournament 21, he zoomed through the course, but once again the warped wall denied him, and by the time he got up it and then beat the flying chute, he knew he didn't have enough time to complete the course. In the last tournament, he took a slower, more cautious approach, but yet again the warped wall caused him too many problems, and by the time he beat it, he then ran out of time on the slider jump. Now, Petrillo is back, hoping today will be the day he can pull through on stage 1. His performances have warranted it, and actually the successes of a few other competitors in the last few tournaments, the likes of Strafe, Rog, Atlantic, all getting their first stage 1 clears. Petrillo is probably the next man who is due that first stage 1 clear. Today, hoping this will be the day he can do it. 110 seconds to find out as he flies quickly across one side of the 12 timbers, cuts back to the 12th step and makes it through. Quickly going into the curtain slider, we're already seeing this is looking like it's going to be a fast pace from Petrillo. Onto the ball drop. Had no trouble with this previously. Makes it down the first drop, down the second drop, completely in control, and through to the jumping spider. He's still got to keep his focus, even on these early obstacles. Even though he's beaten them all in his previous appearances, doesn't mean they can't catch him out today. But he is making his way through, and now onto the half-pipe attack. He's going quickly into this. Can he get into the head slide? Yes, he can, very comfortably, with half the time still on the clock. Time for the moment of truth, the warped wall. This has plagued all 3 of his previous attempts. He can't get up it in 1. He was close. Oh, no, he's not going for much of a run-up. Petrillo, don't fail this again. 3 failed attempts. Come on, we believe in you. He gets up it on the 4th try with 35 seconds left on the clock. He still has the time, but he has to keep focused for the slider jump. He lands it. He's going to go under. Be careful. He lands it. Petrillo, he's got 20 seconds left. He has the time, as long as he doesn't make a simple mistake. He's going up. This is an interesting technique. He's sticking to the middle on the rope ladder. I don't see... No one's ever done that before, and it works. Petrillo has done it. He's moving on at long last. 4.6 seconds left on the clock. Wasn't a lot of time, but it does not matter in the end. Petrillo finally picks up his first stage 1 clear. At the 4th time of asking, he has finally done it! Petrillo, he made the early obstacles look like a piece of cake. He flew through the first half of stage 1 comfortably with a very fast pace, but then the warped wall, it looked like history was repeating itself for the 4th tournament in a row. Maybe a bit of panic started to creep in, but he stepped back just enough on that 4th attempt and got up it, and then kept his focus to make sure he didn't make any mistakes on the slider jump or the rest of the course.
I haven't seen this technique. I like it.
You're good.
That's clear.
Nice. Let's go, Petrillo. Let's go.
That's
right.
You're next.
Oh my god!
You're next. You're next. How much time did he have?
Very Yamada
4.6.
That's actually pretty decent, because was that 2 or 3 warp wall failures?
3 warp wall fails.
Well, Strafe was
Yeah.
right. I just didn't want to say anything. I'm like, I think he needs one step back, and when he did it, he flew right up it. So he's golden.
Nice run,
my
Petrillo.
God.
Stage dos.
Dude, I don't care what my time was. I'm happy to clear.
Exactly.
And that is what it's all about. You could clear stage 1 with 50 seconds, you could clear stage 1 with 100th of a second, it does not matter. A clear is a clear, and Petrillo finally has his on this course. The next competitor stepping up onto the course is a returning one. This is Genzo, back today for her 5th appearance. She used to be known as Charlie and Owen. Now she's changed her gamer tag to Genzo and is looking to get revenge on the ball drop, which she failed in the last tournament. She's gone out on the 3rd obstacle in each of her last 3 appearances. So hoping today could be the day she can break through, as a few other competitors have. She makes her way nicely through the 12 timbers onto the curtain slider. New experience, new obstacle for her, just like it is for everybody else. And now for the ball drop. Pushes the ball to get it rolling. Off to a fast start, keeping it under control. But now for the drops. First one survived. Second one took her out last time, but not this time. Genzo, a personal best. We've seen quite a few competitors get to grips with the 3rd obstacle. They're setting personal best by getting past the 3rd obstacle in this tournament. Genzo making her way through the jumping spider nicely too, looking to extend that personal best even further. Now for the half-pipe attack as she flies up the half-pipe attack. What a technique! What a move! Just using the wall brilliantly. 40 seconds left on the clock as she hits the warped wall. This is a fantastic run. Can't get up the warped wall on the first attempt though. Taking a long run up. Is that gonna work? No, it won't. Second try, no good. 3rd attempt, not close as well. This is the wrong technique, and it's cost Genzo dearly. 20 seconds left. This run was looking fantastic, but the warped wall, as it has for a couple of other competitors, that was really close. This warped wall has really devastated the field today. 10 seconds as the klaxon sounds. Is she going to be beaten by the warped wall? No, she won't. She's under the slider jump, but this is just pride now. The clock is done. She is done. She lands on the slider jump, but she runs out of time. But what an incredible performance from Genzo, not just in terms of setting a great new personal best, but also one of the all-time great female performances on this course. Next up we have Budro, a newcomer, and a competitor that I have a very obscure coincidence with, because this guy's a part of Joey's clan, one of several competitors competing in this tournament that's part of Joey's clan, or the clan that Joey is also in. But I've also ran into this guy competing in Halo Racing, and I think in maybe Spiteful's custom lobbies? Definitely in the racing, so it's really obscure, a very obscure coincidence to see this guy, or to bump into this guy again, now competing today here on NWOH. He makes it through the first 2 obstacles. This guy, along with the next competitor and a few other competitors that we've already seen in this tournament, been trained up by Joey Davis. Joey's definitely got the Joey squad out today, and he'd love it if one of them could join him on stage 2. Budro taking his time to get off the ball drop, but does get through it and is happy about it. But now for an even tougher test in the jumping spider. He lines it up, taking more time, jumps a little bit early. Is he going to make it? No, he doesn't. He comes up short, and Budro goes down on the jumping spider. From one member of the Joey clan to another. Next up we have Scullen, another newcomer. Let's see how this guy's gonna fare. I think it's a guy. I'm pretty sure this isn't a girl. We've had a lot of females compete today, but I'm pretty sure Scullen is not one of them. And look at that technique as he flies through the 12 timbers. That's clearly good training from Joey. And he quickly into the curtain slider as well. Is he going to nail this? Yes, he does. Does not go too fast. And now for the ball drop. This is a good start, and that's what you need. This time limit, it's not tight, but it's also not the most lenient if you start off slowly, and Scullen has definitely started off fast, as he slips off the front of the ball on the ball drop. That was looking to be a great run, but he just lost his bearings, and he suffers an earlier exit than he would have liked. But now from a newcomer to a competitor who has stood on the start line of this course many times. More times than almost anyone else. There are very few competitors that can say they are more experienced than this competitor. Stepping up for his sweet 16th appearance on this course is the veteran Sakeshi. After his performance in Tournament 16, when he reached the finish line of Stage 1 for the second time in his career, but sadly ran out of time, since then things have been a lot trickier for Sakeshi on the Xbox One. First, he couldn't crack the jumping spider, going out on it in Tournament 17 on the MCC, and then again in Tournament 19 on his first Halo 5 appearance. In his 2 appearances since then, he has fared even worse, not even getting to the jumping spider, going out on the 3rd obstacle in both of the last 2 tournaments, including on his landmark 15th appearance last time out when he failed the ball drop, an obstacle he had defeated 3 times in the past. So I think it's fair to say Sakeshi's been in a little bit of a rut recently, and he would very much like to get out of that rut here today in the final Halo 5 tournament, and he's starting off strong. This is nice from Sakeshi. Nice turn of pace that we haven't always seen from him. Is this a man, has he put in the training? Has he put in that extra little bit of training to try and put his best foot forward? We're about to find out. It's time for revenge on the ball drop, Sakeshi. Failed this in the last tournament, but he knows he can beat this obstacle. He looks to be in pretty solid control. Come on, just gotta get the dismount, Sakeshi. And he has done. Finally back to the jumping spider. But can he now beat this obstacle? He's failed it twice before. He hits the trampoline nicely and gets into the spider. Only the second time he's experienced the inside of a spider. The first time was on his famous Stage 2 attempt. He couldn't beat it in Tournament 11, but he beats it today. And now it's time for the half-pipe attack. He jumps, he misses the head slide, and he's out. On the half-pipe attack is Sakeshi.
Let's go.
Sakeshi?
Yeah, sack pipe attack.
No!
Oh. Jumped a little early.
I mean,
Damn,
I don't mean to be
tacos,
Debbie Downer, but with that bounce, I thought for sure he came up short.
Yeah, I thought he came up short as well.
I don't know
I
how
don't think he was
got up on
expecting
it.
to land on it.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
A difficult way to go out, but I think Sakeshi can be very happy with that. He sets his best performance on Halo 5 today, going out on the half-pipe. Well, following on from that, we had more competitors step up to the course, including Fix the Wi-Fi, back for his second appearance. He went out early on his debut last time out, but he fared a little bit better today, getting into the inside of the jumping spider before overshooting one of the jumps. Then we had Full Sending, who did anything but full send, because he didn't know what to do on the trampoline, and flopped into the water. Big Daddy Ski, what some obscure game attacks here. Somehow managed to fail the dismount of the 12 Timbers, and then we had another returning competitor. Riku went out on the curtain slider, like many others, failing the dismount. Finally, newcomer Cobra, promising based on his newcomer appearances on other courses. He was looking strong on this course, but he got held up slightly at the warped wall, and ultimately he was against the clock and was rushing on the slider jump. His best efforts to try and pick up the pace, flying down the head slide, but ultimately was a little bit too fast and fell on the climb. Which now brings us to the halfway point here in the tournament, our 50th competitor, and this is Noodlewares, the veteran who surprised everyone when he beat Stage 1 2 tournaments ago, but in the last tournament he had a disaster going out early on the ball drop. So now he is hoping to get back to winning ways. Oh my goodness, that was a close call there on the 12 Timbers. That was not the confidence boosting start that we were hoping to see, but he does survive just about onto the curtain slider. Noodles is hoping to prove that stage 1 clear 2 tournaments ago was not a fluke, and is hoping to show off the skills that we know he has. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to beat stage 1 in tournament 21. He goes early on the dismount of the ball drop and gets it this time, takes his revenge, and now it's on to the jumping spider. He lines it up, jumps a little bit early, hits the middle of the trampoline and comes up short. And just like that, Noodles suffers another early exit. Not what he was hoping for. As we move on to Fricket, another competitor hoping that he can get a stage 1 clear, and he does get inside of the jumping spider, taking a little save jump just to confirm it. This is a classic competitor from the past who returned in tournament 20. And in both of the last 2 what is this technique? It's the spin move, the 180 spin. That seemed to work, I guess. Don't think I've ever seen anyone do that before on the half pipe. Now he's onto the warped wall. Are we going to see another 180 technique? Yes, we are. Is this going to work as well? Yes, it does! Frick it! He's back to the slider jump. He's failed the 7th obstacle, including this one. Both of the last 2 tournaments. He failed this last time. Can he get it this time? He's going slow. He's going low. He takes a save jump, takes another one and misses it! And Frick it goes out on the slider jump. He fails the 7th obstacle of stage 1 for the 3rd tournament in a row. Frick it, he clearly had a plan, his techniques on the half pipe, on the warped wall, but here on the slider jump, he had a risky technique going that low. We saw Smokey do it in the last tournament. He took that first save jump, but the second save jump, it looked like he hit his head. We're going to be able to tell from this angle. Takes the first save jump, he needed that, and then the second one, he just bonks his head ever so slightly, and that pushes him away, and that's all it took to take down Fricket. As we now move on to a man with a helmet we all recognise, it's Snaz, back for his 11th appearance. Last time it did not go according to plan. His landmark 10th appearance saw him fail the half pipe attack for the 2nd time, I want to say, as Snaz, like many others, a little bit of lag, but does get the full send strategy on the 12 timbers. Snaz has a little bit of a curse going on right now. He's failed the 5th obstacle, the 7th obstacle, then back to the 5th, then the 7th again. So by law of averages, he's due to fail the slider jump today, but let's hope that does not happen. First he's got to get to the slider jump, and then we'll worry about him beating that obstacle. Snaz making his way smoothly through the ball drop. Now for the jumping spider. He has defeated this obstacle every tournament it's been in. Since it was introduced in tournament 17, he gets inside the spider again today. One of only 4 competitors that can say he has beaten this obstacle in every tournament, and he continues that record. Now it's time for some revenge. The half-pipe attack. He's failed it twice in the past. He gets a nice ride into the head slide. And Snaz gets the dismount too. 40 seconds. He's still got time. If he can get up the wall in 1, he's got a great chance, and he does! Now for the slider jump. His first experience of this obstacle. Can he defeat it? He's going down the head slide slowly, carefully. He crouches, gets the height, but he misses the landing. Snaz goes down on the slider jump as well. His curse continues on stage 1. Did he get his angles just ever so slightly wrong? He slowed himself up right at the end of the head slide to get height, but he was just ever so slightly too far to the left. And Snaz, it's another great performance, but one that does not result in a stage 1 clear. It's devastating for Snaz. He was looking so good, but sadly, he will not be heading back to stage 2 today. Following on from Snaz's devastating exit, more competitors stepped up, including Aplay, another member of Joey's clan, who looked like he saved himself on the half-pipe attack, but just slipped out the side. Then we had not Drago, but Draco, or Draco, who, like so many others, failed the curtain slider, although actually slightly different. He missed the last bounce. Then we had a veteran from the past, Master Neuromech, who once again went down on stage 1, failing the inside of the jumping spider because he went too fast. That now means he's failed stage 1 4 times in a row after beating it on all of his first 4 appearances. Then we had another returning competitor, Team Taurus. He had a disaster in the last tournament, fared a little better today, but still went down on the halfpipe. Newcomer Superior, he didn't last very long, going down on the 12 timbers, whilst his friend Powers only lasted 2 jumps more. Finally, we had Fadelize, who got to the jumping spider, got in the jumping spider, and then fell out the other side. That now brings us on to our next competitor, and another man who is the host of his own new course.
What is up, and welcome to episode 2, the final episode of Cheese Warrior Tournament 1. Now the transfer across is another tough move, and he's able to absorb it. Those strong fingertips here. Now moving on to the peg cloud. He looks, yeah, you could tell this is, oh my god, and he runs out of energy on the peg cloud. Just didn't look comfortable, looked like he was trying to adjust himself, and his grip gives out, didn't have anything left in the tank.
So this is Daddy Cheese, the host of Cheese Warrior, his own course that he started up since the last tournament, and of course he's continued into Halo Infinite, which is nice to see. Cheese has had a great last 2 tournaments, going out on the 7th obstacle both times, but if anyone was hoping that Cheese would break through and make it 3rd times the charm today, they might be out of luck, because Cheese has admitted he has not put in a lot of practice for this tournament, although he started out very strong so far. Maybe that's him trying to take the pressure off himself. Reverse psychology. Let's see if it works, as he's going down the ball drop, taking his time a little bit at the end here, but gets through it. Still looking pretty good for the pace as he goes straight for the jumping spider, hits the trampoline, doesn't get a proper bounce, and flops into the water. Cheese does go out early. This jumping spider has been causing quite a few problems, taking out quite a few competitors so far of a wide variety of skills. As we now move on to Spenny 37, Killer the Man, the Kiwi veteran, hoping to bounce back from his slider jump fail that we saw last time out, and instead repeat the impressive performance we saw from him 2 tournaments ago when he got his first stage 1 clear on this course on Halo 5. As he makes his way, like so many others, nicely through the curtain slider, and like Cheese, throws himself onto the ball to get it rolling. Killer, nicely controlled, never had any problems with this obstacle before, and doesn't again today, and he's never had problems with the jumping spider either. Another one of the 4 competitors that's always beaten this obstacle, but Killer goes down on it! Killer the Man! He was one of only 4 competitors like Snars that's beaten this obstacle in every tournament it's been in, until today. Killer, the jumping spider, claims another competitor, and it takes down Killer the Man for the first time ever. That is devastating for Killer, for such an early exit on stage 1, and a personal worst, I think, but our next competitor will be hoping to avenge his friend. Making his 13th appearance on this course is Sane the Legend. Sane has established himself in the jumping community for his wide variety of parkour and jump maps with varying levels of difficulty and skill. On this course, he made his debut in Tournament 10 and made quite the impact right from the beginning, clearing Stage 1 and became the first newcomer to beat Stage 1 on Halo 4. He had to wait until Tournament 15 to get another taste of success, but when he did, he produced one of the standout performances on this course. He made it all the way to the last obstacle of Stage 3, and in doing so became one of only 9 competitors to finish outright in first place in a NWOH tournament. In Tournament 16, he went even further, producing his personal best, but coming up just short on the final jump of the 3rd stage. Since those 2 incredible performances, Sane has found things a lot tougher. In his 6 appearances since then, he's only beaten Stage 1 once. That came in the first Halo 5 tournament when he went out on the Salmon Ladder. He has failed Stage 1 in his 4 appearances since then with a wide variety of failures, including in the last tournament when it looked like he had a chance of clearing this stage, but walked off the platform on the slider jump. And now Sane is hoping he can put his best foot forward here in the final Halo 5 tournament, especially having just seen his close friend Killer go down on the jumping spider. Sane, no stranger to failing the jumping spider, failing it 2 tournaments ago. He'll be hoping to avoid that ignominious failure. Is that a word? Did I just make that up? Who knows? We're going to say it is a word. Sane likes to say funny words, actually. Anyway, Sane's onto the ball drop. He's a little all over the place here, standing up, crouching on it, keeping it under control, whatever you have to do. It's a little bit of a slow pace. 70 seconds, already down to 70 seconds, but he is making his way through. Now for the jumping spider. The last 3 competitors have all failed this. Cheese, Killer, but not Sane. He does his little sideways landing that he likes to do. This is where he failed when he did go down on the jumping spider 2 tournaments ago on the inside, but he doesn't do it again today. Time for the half-pipe attack. Can he get through this? He lines it up, goes forward, nicely into it, and drops out. But less than 40 seconds to go now. We've seen a few others. He's going right for it, doesn't get up the wall in one. That could be costly. Second try, no, Sane! 30 seconds now. He has to get up it now. He still can't get up it. Sane! He does now, but with 23 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be a real battle. As he goes for the slider jump where he failed last time. Quick doesn't walk off this time, quickly climbing over the top, but Sane, 10 seconds left on the clock. Sane's not going to have enough time left. He makes it onto the rope ladder, but the klaxon is blaring. It signals his doom, and it is his end. He runs out of time just as the buzzer comes into sight. Sane, his best run in 5 tournaments, and he gets back to stage 1's finish line, but it's not enough. A little bit of a slow pace right from the start, and then the warped wall cost him dearly. Now, we're going to quickly pause from some of the competitors, regulars and the veterans that we've already seen to have a look at newcomer Potholed Soup, who decided to look behind him for some reason. He's not behind you. This isn't Panto, buddy. This newcomer is going to use all of the steps, play it cautiously. Obviously not good for time, but he's not worrying about that right now, and he is actually moving through them pretty quickly. Onto the, I don't even know, 10th step. Oh, it doesn't matter. He failed anyway. That's a shame. Goodbye, Mr. Soup. Now we can move on to our next competitor, who's going for a hell of a jump. How did he get up onto the giant house? That's interesting. In fact, was that even our competitor? No, it wasn't. I think it was Weapon Matt and maybe Joey doing that skydive intro, whatever the hell that was. But this is Avows the Samurai, our actual competitor, who did exactly what Sane just did. Ran out of time on the final obstacle in the last tournament, setting a personal best. Avows, like most of our last few competitors, since Cheese actually, apart from the newcomer obviously, all of these guys got deep into stage 1 in the last tournament, going out on either the slider jump or the failing the final obstacle, or timing out on the final obstacle, but none of them could get the job done. None of them have managed to get the job done so far today, Sane coming the closest. Could Avows turn the tide? He matched his personal best in Tournament 21, then set a new personal best last time out. Can he go one further and get his first Stage 1 clear on this course? Get a Stage 1 clear like he has done on Smokey's course and on Rog's course. As he's making his way through the jumping spider. 60 seconds left. This is a good pace so far from Avows as he goes for the half-pipe attack. Beat this in the last tournament, but misses it this time! Avows drops out earlier than we expected on the half-pipe attack.
Oh my god, my finger slipped!
Oh. That's sad.
Freaking sweat.
The sweaty hands incident! I'm no stranger to the sweaty hands incident, and it looks like that might have just happened to Avows. That is gutting for him to take a step back from the personal best he put on last time out. And now we can move on to another competitor who devastatingly ran out of time right at the end of stage 1 in the last tournament. Swantron97, aka Sauron, aka the host of ABS. Swan did not expect to do as well as he did in the last tournament. I think it came as a slight surprise to him. But will that give him confidence for today's tournament? It's hard to tell when it comes to Swan. We've seen Swan beat this stage 1 twice in the past, and he's got to stage 3 before, back in tournament 20. And that's before you even think about the success he's had on Smokey's course, and the wide variety of success he's had on Rog's courses. That's a hell of a good technique on the ball drop. That's going to save him a lot of time.
First real test.
And I interrupted Swan there, that's unfortunate. His first real test as he goes for the jumping spider. He gets into it nicely. Obstacles he was worried about. The first obstacle he was worried about, but he nails it. Now it's time for the half pipe. He failed this in tournament 19. He's quickly going into this one as well. He hits the head slide nicely. Doesn't do what Avows did. No sweaty hands incident for Swan. Now for the walk to wall. Can he get up this in 1? No, he can't. This devastated Sane's run. He gets up it in 2 though.
Right here's the make or break.
The slider jump, the make or break. This is the one he was worried about most of all. He just about lands on the platform. Taking his time. This actually cost him in the last tournament. He was taking too much time on the climb and then on this dismount here, but he doesn't today. 20 seconds. Swan has the time. Swantron. 2 tournaments ago, he was a broken man on the warped wall. Leg snapped underneath him. But today, he has bounced back in style. Swan beats stage 1. 4.8 seconds left on the clock. He couldn't do it in the last tournament, coming up just short. He does do it today. The ABS host gets his first stage 1 clear since tournament 20. He took down the jumping spider that he was worried about. Maybe he was right to be worried about it, with how many other top competitors have failed it. Nailed the half-pipe attack once again, and crucially, got the slider jump without losing too much time on it this time around.
Oh. Wow.
Hey.
Let's go.
I didn't think I had it in me. I'll be honest.
Hey Swan, I did say that you could do it, and you did it. So I'm very happy.
Well, I appreciate having you guys support. It means a lot. Yeah, I guess so.
Swan, he can now look forward to a stage 2 attempt. Swantron 97 in the final Halo 5 tournament will get a crack at the second stage. And fun fact, actually, Swan's clear now means we break our streak of 24 fails in a row in the tournament. That was the longest run of failures at any point so far in the tournament, and that includes obviously the start of the tournament. Now we can move on to newcomer Little Cabbage. It's an interesting gamer tag. This man is from sunny Australia and has been trained by Killer the Man. So he's already avenged Killer by getting past the jumping spider. Now hoping to go even further. Maybe even push for a stage 1 clear, but he's got 35 seconds left. He might need to get up the wall in 1, which he has done, onto the slider jump. Has Killer taught him how to do this obstacle? As he's going down, lands on it. Is he going over? Yes, he is. With 20 seconds left on the clock, this guy's got the time, but he's got to keep moving. Killer's shouting instructions in his ear, telling him to stay calm. But can this Aussie finish the job off? He's moving quickly up the rope ladder. It looks like he is going to do it. Why is he walking to the finish line? What are you doing? What are you doing? Finish! Bloody hell. 0.8 of a second left on the clock. That ended up being much closer than it needed to be. But we have our second newcomer moving on to stage 2 in this tournament, and his name is Little Cabbage. After that, we had 2 more competitors take on the course, but sadly they couldn't match up to the back-to-back stage 1 clears that we just had. Dr. Daniel needed medical attention after that run, going down on the curtain slider, and then FuryBot Prime crashed out right away at the start of the curtain slider. Now it's time for our next competitor, and there's something weird going on here. We have a wasp flying around the final stage. Is this some kind of intruder? We might need to get security on here. Could the driver please step out of the vehicle slowly with your hands up? Alright, he's getting out, and wait a minute. That's me! What's going on here? We got some sort of copycat? Alright, I think the ghost is up. It's time for a competitor I never expected to see again. Returning to NWOH for his first appearance since Tournament 16 and in a one-off appearance is the All-Star X-Dom de Bomb X. Dom made quite the impression when he joined the Halo jumping community in 2011, with an intro where he shot Drago is sick to death, followed by a run that would become iconic with Dom's character. In Tournament 6, he got his first taste of success when he beat Stage 1 and then made it to the 3rd stage, but it was the transition to Halo 4 where Dom really started to establish himself as a top competitor. He became the first competitor in the course's history to make it to the 3rd stage 4 tournaments in a row, and that was part of a run of 5 Stage 3 appearances in 6 attempts. In the build-up to the final Xbox 360 tournament, Dom made the heartbreaking decision to retire from Halo jumping, and he made his final appearance in Tournament 16, where he once again made it back to the 3rd stage and produced his personal best, reaching the dismount platform of the Cliffhanger. But a unique opportunity has arisen, and now Dom is back to make this one-off appearance and, in doing so, become only the 7th competitor to reach 15 appearances on this course. Dom is looking to milk this one-off run for every second he can get. He's flying around the entire Stage 1 course in his Wasp, taking it all in, enjoying the moment, and he's finally made his way back to the start line. And what's he doing now? Dom, where are you going? The course isn't up there. What's he do? Is he going for an actual skydive entrance? I know I said skydive earlier with the jumping off of the temple for a Vows's run, but this might be a proper skydive. This is madness, Dom! He's jumped out of the Wasp, it's exploded! He's dropping! Surely he's not gonna land this! Oh, yes he has! Dom! Wow, that's worthy of a replay even before the run started. What a landing! That is classic Dom, actually. You know what that is? That is just pure and simple X-Dom de Bomb X carnage. So, alright, a little bit more context here as the timer starts. So Dom actually came round to my house to do this run because it was the final Halo 5 tournament, just so he could say he's competed in one Halo 5 tournament. And then he also ended up doing a run on Smokey's course straight afterwards. Dom, 15th appearance, is using all 12 of the timbers. He knows that the rule is you don't have to use them all, but he still decided to use them all anyway. Not worrying about taking his time or using up as much time as possible. He's not here to clear stage 1, he's here to contribute and have fun. And now he's on to the ball drop. Is he going to do this backwards? He's rolling it the wrong way, so that's not a good start. Now he is doing it backwards. Oh no. He used to do this so many times with the rolling ball, the classic rolling ball back in the day on Halo Reach. But surely it's not possible to do this obstacle with the drops, and it is not. Dom drops out on the ball drop. His worst performance on this course since all the way back in Tournament 8, I want to say. Dom, well, he was here for the laughs, he was here for the trolls, and he certainly delivered that with the intro alone, to be honest. But then he went out in style, trying to do the ball backwards, but sadly he could not pull it off. Nevertheless, it was great to have him here, even as a one-off appearance on Halo 5. And who knows, maybe we'll see him again one day for a one-off appearance on Halo Infinite. But we'll worry about that in the future. For now, let's get back to some serious competitors as we move on to Mighty Max 80, back for his 5th appearance, and another competitor that tragically crashed out on the final obstacle in the last tournament. But his situation is a lot different to what we saw. You know, technically, people like Swan and Avows, they got closer to clearing stage 1 by running out of time just before they hit the buzzer. But in reality, Mighty was the one who missed out on clearing stage 1. He had the time in the bank, and just a terrible mistake cost him dearly. He should have bagged his first stage 1 clear in the last tournament. So, will that be on his mind as he looks to seek revenge here today? He is really putting on a clinic. He's through the first 3 obstacles in 30 seconds, and now going right into the jumping spider. You can tell Mighty Max has trained for this. And look at how quickly he's taking the inside of the spider, keeping up that pace in style. Time for the half-pipe attack. Can he crack this? This has defeated plenty of competitors in the past, but Mighty cut it a little bit close there. But he survives, and he has got the time in the bank. He can afford a slip up here at the warped wall, which he does suffer, but as long as he gets up it soon, which he's done on the second try, he has the time. He's just got to keep focused now for the slider jump. Going down quickly into it. It looks like he's going to go underneath. I think he did this in the last tournament as well. Takes a safe jump just to be sure. 30 seconds left on the clock. Mighty's got the time. But for the second tournament in a row, can he deliver this time? Will he be cautious? Yes, he is being cautious, crouching just to make sure he doesn't hit his head. He can afford it because of the incredibly fast pace that he had. He didn't need to crouch on that last one. That's being too cautious. But it doesn't matter. Mighty Max, 8.4 seconds left on the clock. He may have had to wait an extra tournament longer than he should have, but now he has bagged that first stage 1 clear. This long-time veteran on Spartan Sasuke matches the breakout performance he had on Smokey's course in Tournament 23 by doing the same thing here today. He clearly came with a bucket load of techniques that he pulled off to perfection, speeding through the first half of stage 1, and then despite a little slip up on the warped wall, he had the time to be cautious on the rope ladder and make sure that history did not repeat itself. And Mighty adds himself to the ever-growing list of competitors, moving on to stage 2 as our young stars of the future once again deliver here on stage 1. Now, after 70 competitors, the sun is starting to set for the final time here on Halo 5 over Mount Midoriyama, but we still have plenty of competitors left to run, and next up is the first of a small group of newcomers hoping to pull off something special on this course, starting with Caden, representing us from Ireland. Top of the morning to you, lads. Okay, sorry, anyone that was offended by that. And Caden drops out early. That was... well, I think my impression was more impressive than the run, actually. Oh, well, never mind. If I did offend anyone, at least you didn't have a run that was too long to get offended over. As we move on to the second of our newcomers, getting carried in by his friend. This is Jaxie. As I say, this is part of a group of newcomers, all hoping they can clear stage 1. Caden crashed and burned, unfortunately, but let's see if Jaxie can fare a little bit better. Course, is Jaxie using all the steps? Is he caught? Is he afraid? This is not the confidence you need to be showing if you want to clear stage 1. Is it bad to be already putting a label on it and saying, I don't think this guy's going to clear? Or, I mean, we're already 25 seconds in and he's beaten 6 steps. I don't think this is going to be the run. Jaxie's more focused on beating this obstacle than beating the stage, and there's nothing wrong with that as long as you actually beat it. Come on, Jaxie, let's at least beat this obstacle, man. He's on to the last step. Go for that dismount. He's taking his time. He's used up almost 50 seconds to beat the first obstacle, but he's onto the curtain slider. He'll need to go a bit quicker. He's not sprinting into it. He's still going to take his time, going to use extra bouncers, but he does still get through it. Onto the ball drop. He looks at the ball. Does he know what his technique is going to be? Oh, he doesn't manage to get on the ball. What's he going to do now? He's waiting. This is not the right strategy. Jaxie's going to go for it and dive straight into the water. That was an interesting run, to say the least. That was probably a great example of a newcomer that was not confident. But Jaxie is back to support his friend Super Ninja Jake. This guy has been a big fan of this course for a long time and now gets his chance to make his debut. And he is hoping that, unlike his two friends before him, he can beat Stage 1. He has aspirations to beat Stage 1 and he's showing his intentions right from the start, flying through the first obstacle. If Jake can pull it off, then he will become the third newcomer to beat Stage 1 in this tournament. The last time we had two newcomers beat Stage 1 was in Tournament 16, as Jake is going to go for the technique that Jaxie wanted to do and he pulls it off. If we get 3 newcomers clear, that'll be the first time that's happened since Tournament 2. As Jake gets into the jumping spider and misses a jump. He was going too fast. Jake drops out inside the jumping spider and another name added to the ever-growing list of jumping spider fails. In fact, the failures have been incredibly widespread, from failing the trampoline to failing inside the spider. As we now move on to the last of our group of newcomers, this is Robotic Pie, as we saw Joey watching on from the cliff sides from above, maybe trying to get a good view of this next run. As Robotic steps onto the course and, oh god, crashes out on the first step, does the worst out of the 4 newcomers. Oh well, that was, at least Jake did alright, I guess. Now we can move on from newcomers to a veteran. This is Z-Master, one of the success stories from the last tournament, as he picked up his first Stage 1 clear before tragically crashing out on the first obstacle of Stage 2. But a clear is still a clear, and he's finally got that rabbit off his back to finally be able to call himself a veteran on this course, having managed to do it on Smokey and Rog's course, but not on this course, until now. You know what the best thing about getting a Stage 1 clear is? Coming back to try and make it 2 in a row. And that's exactly what Z wants to do. He powered through the first 2 obstacles, got a little bit of trouble getting the ball rolling, but quickly dismounts and has got a great pace so far. As he tackles the jumping spider, this has caused problems, but he gets into it very nicely. Quickly going through the inside as well. Not slowing down at all as Z goes for the dismount. Z drops out. He pulls a Nagano. Z fails the dismount of the jumping spider. I want to say that's only the second competitor that's ever failed the dismount. He didn't sprint. Or if he did sprint, he didn't get a proper sprint. Z-Master, our Stage 1 finisher from the last tournament, the new veteran. As I think that's Jake actually, who's just failed, watches on. Z, another competitor beaten by the jumping spider. Well, following Z's failure, we had 3 more competitors step up to the course. Beta Man, a newcomer, did manage to get past the jumping spider, only to fail the very next obstacle as he got his technique all wrong on the half-pipe attack. Then we had Kasood, the HBL player, back for his second appearance. Did much better than on his newcomer attempt, but another competitor dropped out on the jumping spider. Finally, we had newcomer Hobo Solo step up to the course. He certainly wasn't Han Solo, although I wonder how Han Solo would do on this course, now that I think about it. He sadly crashed out on the ball drop when he touched the track, and his one and only appearance on this course ends in defeat before he plans to apparently start a career in Hollywood. So, good luck to him. But now we can move on to our next competitor, and an intro we are very familiar with seeing from this guy. This man's looking to impress after his performance last time out, and has his eyes on another Stage 1 clear. Stepping up for his 9th appearance on the course is Crown Ferret, aka Irish. Irish was one of the feel-good stories of last tournament, as he finally managed to get that second Stage 1 clear and his first success on this course since Tournament 6.
Baby!
The longest gap
One second,
between Stage 1 clear Tiebreakers.
16 tournaments.
A 16 tournament
Great job.
Keep it down. Sorry.
Yes, as was said there, a jumping record was made as Irish set the longest gap ever between Stage 1 clears at 16 tournaments. Unfortunately, since his most recent appearance, that record has been broken first by Same the Legend on Rog's course, who managed to clear after a 17 tournament gap, and then the record may have got broken again by Snars with a 19 tournament gap. But, you know, aside from that, Irish did briefly have the record, and now he's back again today, hoping to achieve something else that he hasn't achieved, which is clear Stage 1 2 tournaments in a row on this course. Now, can Irish do it? I would love to see Irish do it, but not that I want to put any unnecessary pressure on Irish, but the last time he found himself in this position in Tournament 7, he failed Stage 1 and then disappeared for 6 years. Not that I'm saying that if he fails Stage 1 here, that's going to happen, you know, but I kind of hope Irish clears here. I dread to think I don't want Irish to disappear for another 6 years. Let's put it that way. So no pressure, Irish, but let's hope you get the job done. But this is a guy that always wears his heart on his sleeve, and he admitted he is nervous for this run. He's got to nail his techniques and keep focused. This is a man, a bit like what we saw from Mighty Max earlier, who has a plan coming into any course with very specific sort of techniques as he gets into the jumping spider. Ooh, a little slide there. Don't think that was part of his game plan, but he recovers nicely. Yeah, he's got very specific techniques for certain obstacles that worry him, like this half-pipe attack. He takes a short run-up, keeps it straight and true, and gets into the head slide and quickly dismounts to save himself some more time. Now for the warped wall. Can he nail this in one? Oh, no, he can't. Come on, Irish. 35 seconds left on the clock. Gets it on the second try, though. He has still got the time, but he can't mess around. Slider jump. Beat this in the last tournament. Can he do it again? He gets on nicely. Taking his time just a little bit for the climb. 20 seconds left. Irish is now in a race with the clock. Can he make it 2 Stage 1 clears in a row? For the ferret. For the Irishman that's not really an Irishman. 10 seconds as the klaxon sounds. He's still climbing. 5 seconds. This is going to be close for Irish. Can he get the job done? Yes, he can. Just in time. 0.8 of a second left, just like we saw from Little Cabbage. But Irish does make it just in time. Whew.
It's going to happen.
Oh my god.
That's clear.
Come on! Let's go! Yes! Oh, so
Let's go.
I was shaking the whole freaking room.
1.8
I'm gonna guess
seconds left.
1.1.
Oh!
0.8.
I go so fast in practice, I went so freaking. I wasted an attempt at the wall. That's what burned me.
Irish. So that's what, 2 Stage 1 clears in a row?
2 in a row.
He was feeling the nerves, but he delivers under pressure, and just within the time limit. Nicely done, Irish. And as he says, 2 Stage 1 clears in a row for the first time in his NWOH career. As we now move on to Phil, the All-Star could be better. He had his landmark 20th appearance in the last tournament, the first competitor to reach that, as Phil almost tries to jump the gun. He's done that a few times in his career on this course. As he starts his, oh my goodness, as he starts his 21st campaign here on the NWOH. I almost said on the NWOH course. I mean, it still works either way. Yes, but he became the first competitor ever to reach 20 appearances on this course, and he was looking so good in the last tournament, but just simplest of mistakes on the slider jump, miscalculated, ended up falling down the middle of the head slide and getting himself disqualified. He had the time to clear. Phil is going quickly into the jumping spider. This has cost some competitors, but not Phil. He just about survives. His feet were hanging off the back there a little bit. Thank goodness he forgot to cut his he didn't cut his toenails. As he goes on to the half-pipe attack, he's struggled with this in the past. He's failed it twice before. He just about gets into the head slide. And what's he doing? Okay, I mean, he didn't hit the stopper, the bounce back, and he's completely confused what to do as he now goes for the warped wall. He's been going pretty fast, actually, but he burns his first attempt at the wall. Oh, almost gets it on the second try. Third time's the charm, yes! With 32 seconds left on the clock, he has got the time. But now he has to keep focused. Doesn't go down the middle. Can he land it? Yes, he can. Phil is taking more time. What are you doing? Get climbing. Oh my goodness, what's he doing? He's got even less time than Irish did. But Irish was a little bit slow on the rope ladder. So Phil maybe still has a chance here, and he's going quick as the klaxon sounds. Phil, can he make it? It's going to be close again. Phil, the All-Star, has done it. 1.1 seconds left on the clock. He zooms up the rope ladder. Phil, the All-Star, has beaten stage 1 for the first time since tournament 16. I need to gather myself there. This is incredible. Phil has finally got that first stage 1 clear on Halo 5 on the Xbox One after painful defeat. He finally puts a run together where he gets it all right. It wasn't smooth sailing with that weird incident on the half pipe, slip-ups on the warped wall, but who cares? Phil, after all those defeats, has finally put it all together. And for all the young, new faces we have moving on to stage 2, at long last, we have not just one of the experienced guns, but the most experienced competitor of all time moving back on to stage 2. Great stuff from Phil. Kicking off the final 20 competitors on stage 1 is an intro we are very used to seeing from a veteran reaching a landmark milestone appearance on this course. Making his landmark 10th appearance on the course is the veteran Gotenks. Gotenks made his debut in Tournament 14 wearing an unrecognizable red armor. He became only the 5th newcomer to reach stage 3 in Tournament 14 when he went out on the Globe Grasp. 2 tournaments later, he produced his personal best performance when he made it to the Cliffhanger in Tournament 16. Since then, Gotenks has been unable to make it back to the 3rd stage, but he has continued to impress on stage 1. He has cleared the first stage in 4 of the 5 previous Halo 5 tournaments, including in Tournament 19 when he was one of only 3 competitors to clear stage 1. Now, he's back hoping that his landmark 10th appearance will finally see him return to the 3rd stage. Gotenks' 10th appearance, and you know, a lot gets said about him being a one-man course or a one-course competitor with the success he's had on Smokey's course compared to other courses. But you know, 6 stage 1 clears in 9 appearances is pretty darn solid, and of course only 2 competitors on Halo 5 have a better record on stage 1 than him on this course. Hoping to make it 5 out of 6 to wrap up Halo 5, and he started pretty strong here on the getting through the new obstacles. Now for familiar ground with the ball drop. Gotenks taking his time with it. He's always been good at rolling obstacles, and he dismounts early. I was gonna say he's usually a man who takes his time, but he was quick there with the dismount. Slides into the jumping spider. He lines it up. This has caused a few problems. He lands very low, but he just about makes it into the spider. He has failed that obstacle once in the past, but not today. And not on Halo 5 either. The only obstacle that's defeated him on stage 1 on Halo 5 is this half-pipe attack he failed in Tournament 20. He just about gets into the head slide, but he's smooth once again, going for the dismount. What? Gotenks fails the dismount on the half-pipe attack. That is, I think, the first person ever to fail the dismount of this obstacle. In fact, the more I think about it, the only competitor that's ever come close to failing this dismount is Gotenks himself, back in Tournament 19. He just about survived it then, but he doesn't survive it today. He must just not have had enough speed. He must have just gone that little bit too slow. And go Tanks! Such a solid record on stage 1 here on Halo 5. But for the second time, it is the half-pipe attack which takes him out, and he will not be heading to stage 2 on his landmark 10th appearance. That is gutting for Go Tanks, but now we can move on to our next competitor who is celebrating an even bigger milestone on this course. Next up, making his landmark 15th appearance on the course, is the veteran Soul Reaper 1025. Soul made his debut in the first Halo Reach tournament all the way back in Tournament 2. He didn't compete again until Tournament 5, but from that point on became a regular appearance maker on the course. He got his first Stage 1 clear in Tournament 9, infamously clearing as an elite, and then made it to the 3rd stage for his first time in Tournament 12. After Tournament 16, he retired from the course before making a comeback in the landmark 20th tournament. Since then, he hasn't been able to make it back to the 2nd stage, but in the last tournament he came painfully close, landing on the slider jump, but then failing the last jump on the climb over the top. Now he's back to celebrate 10 years since his first ever appearance on this course, and this is the first NWOH tournament to take place since Soul passed his overall 10-year anniversary landmark since his first ever appearance in Halo Jumping. Soul Reaper, only the 8th different competitor to reach 15 appearances on this course. Alongside Phil, he's seen it all since all the way back in the first official tournament. Tournament 2, the first tournament on Halo Reach, as he sticks his way fully down the right hand side, slowing up for that 11th timber, makes it work nicely. Soul, I really thought he was getting back to stage 2 in the last tournament. That slider jump fail was one of the most painful fails out of anyone we saw failing stage 1 in the last tournament. Soul doing the ball drop sideways. We don't see many competitors do this. It is a little bit risky, but he's managing to just about keep it in control. He's a little bit all over the place, but he makes it through. Soul representing as one of the most experienced competitors on this course, and actually thinking about it, the last 4 competitors that have ran the course, Irish, Phil, Go Tanks and Soul Reaper, between them have, I think, 55 appearances on this course. Just goes to show how much experience we have here on stage 1. As Soul misses the head slide on the half pipe attack. He shoots out the other side and Soul crashes out.
Good stuff, let's go.
Money time.
No! It didn't bring it back in.
Damn it.
Soul's wait to return to stage 2 will have to go on just a little bit longer. Following Soul's tragic defeat, we saw a couple more newcomers take on the course. Noma, 40 lagged off and then immediately failed on the 12 timbers. Then we had Jedi, who probably wishes he could force jump. That would have definitely made this jumping spider a lot easier. He did not know where to jump or the right mark to jump for the trampoline. And although he did manage to hit the trampoline in a decent spot, it wasn't enough. Then we had returning competitor Takito, this guy, back for his 3rd appearance, and let's just say his intro was longer than his actual run, because he crashed out on the very first jump after all that waiting. But now the sun has fully set and it is nighttime here on the last stage 1 here on Halo 5. As we now have 2 big-time veterans looking to get revenge on stage 1. First, Fireball, back for his 8th appearance, somehow yet again managed to get on to the top of the Sasuke sign. He likes to do that quite a lot on this course. Probably used the Wasp to get up there. He's now blown up! Oh, I don't think that was part of the script. I think Fireball was hoping the Wasp would just lower him down very slowly. But Fireball had a shocker in the last tournament, crashing out on the half-pipe attack without getting a jump. But he was back today, looking for revenge, and despite a little bit of a shaky start, Smokey accidentally resetting the ball drop, but fortunately he was still right at the very start of it, and though it cost him a bit of time, he said he was happy to continue, and it did not faze him as he took his revenge on the half-pipe attack. Unlike Gotenks, managing to solidly clear the dismount, and from there it was smooth sailing for Fireball. But one slight misstep meant that, well, actually more than one slight misstep, meant that although he finished with a very fast time of 17.4 seconds, for the first time in his career on this course, he beats a stage, but he will not have the fastest time. Then we had another veteran, Zekin Yuki, the Japanese maestro, back for his 4th appearance. He made it to stage 3 in Tournament 21, but in the last tournament, another shock fail on the new slider jump. And he was back for revenge today, and was looking very solid throughout the early half of stage 1. And although there was a slight close call here on the dismount, we almost had Gotenks version 2, he pulled through, only to then have more struggles at the warped wall, cost him in the last tournament, and it tried to cost him today, but he eventually got up it and got his revenge on the slider jump, and he still had enough time to cruise home to the finish line and rack up his second stage 1 clear of his career on this course, finishing with 10.4 seconds left on the clock, meaning he will join the others on stage 2. Well done to Fireball and to Yuki. Next up, we have at number 88 a newcomer taking on the course. This is Tagake. I'm not sure if he was a Halo Football League player. He's definitely a basketball player. He's been b-balling with the likes of Smokey and Gotenks and Snars and Fireball, all that lot. So he's definitely a b-ball player. Takake using the tops of the steps, the very tip tops. Slightly risky with the slide action he's getting here, but he makes it work and survives the 12 timbers. Now almost walks off the side of the platform. This man does not have his bearings completely set on where he's standing. He's into the curtain slider, bumps the wall at the start, but gets the full send, bumps the pole at the end as well. Looks at the crowd. Is he getting advice on how to do this ball drop? That's not entirely promising. But he does get it rolling reasonably quickly. He's a little bit all over the place. Can he survive the drops? Survives the first one. The second one, no! Tagake! He almost got through, but it wasn't enough. He's not the first newcomer to fail the ball drop, and he certainly won't be the last. Next up, we have an epic Reshiram, back for his 4th appearance on the course, but it's the first time we've seen him since Tournament 19. This guy's been gone for quite a while from Halo jumping, but he is back for this maybe one-off appearance here on this course. His 110 seconds starts now, as he kicks off on the 12 timbers. And is looking like a man with confidence. Look at him go nicely through the 12 timbers. This guy is, even though he's only got 3 appearances to work off of, he's had a very back and forth appearance run on this course. He had a terrible first appearance, then he had a great second appearance when he made it to the last obstacle, then, as we just saw, a not so good third appearance. Gets his revenge on the ball drop where he failed last time, but on that basis, maybe he's going to have a good appearance today. He's already got at least his second best run by getting past the ball drop. Well, actually just getting past the second obstacle. He could have failed the ball drop and still it would have been his second best run. But Reshiram, a minute left on the clock, he's doing pretty well. His first time taking on the half-pipe attack. Can he nail this? He gets into the head slide, slows himself down, doesn't even need the stopper. And now he's onto the warped wall. First time trying this obstacle since Tournament 18. Doesn't get up at first try, punches the wall. Can he get up at second try? Yes, he can. He's still got time here. Time for the slider jump. That's not a good first attempt to get into the head slide. Nor is that, but he still manages to pull him up and he's going down fast. Reshiram goes down on the slider jump. It wasn't to be, but still a great performance nonetheless after so long away. But this guy has definitely not been away. He is a staple on this course. It is the All-Star Elite MKB, back for his 19th appearance on the course, looking for revenge after another shock fail in the last tournament, going out on that half-pipe attack. Elite hoping to get revenge and make it back to stage 2 here in the final Halo 5 tournament, as he also zooms through the 12 timbers. Elite very much been in and out when it comes to Halo 5, you know, hopping on his Xbox. Oh no, what is this? He always does crazy stuff on the ball drop. Elite! That was insane! But he pulled it off. Yet again, he survives the ball drop. He jumped a little early on the jumping spider, but still pulls himself up. Never failed this obstacle. Beaten it in every tournament, part of that small group of competitors, and he keeps that up. But now, time for revenge on the half-pipe attack! Yes, Elite gets into it just about. Pulls himself back, hits the stopper, and makes the dismount. Time for the warped wall, another obstacle he's always had a little bit of trouble with. Very rarely gets up it in 1, and sure enough, that trend continues today. Doesn't get it in 2, but he's taking short, quick runs, gets up it in 3 with 45 seconds left on the clock. Now keep focused, Elite, for this slider jump. His first time trying it. He lands it! Elite, take your time on the climb. No silly mistakes. As he gets over the top, 30 seconds left. Elite has the time. And this long-time competitor, the All-Star, as long as he doesn't have a disaster here on the rope ladder, which he is not going to, Elite will once again be heading back to the second stage with 13.9 seconds left on the clock. Elite MKB pulls through once again. He is by no means a regular jumpo on Halo 5. He's always here for this course, but apart from that, his appearances are sporadic. He doesn't have a lot of experience with Halo 5, but he continues to compete, and more often than not, he delivers even with these crazy techniques on the ball drop. He got his revenge on the half-pipe attack. The only obstacle that's taken him out on stage 1 on Halo 5 on this course, similar to Go Tanks. And although, as per usual, he had his slip-ups at the warped wall, he, through sheer dogged determination, powered through again, got the slider jump on his first time trying it, and Elite will, for the 4th time on Halo 5, be moving on to stage 2. A performance worthy of an all-star. 13 competitors through and 10 left to take on stage 1.
What the hell, Matt? Where did you just come from?
Snaz is very confused as Matt emerges from the water to make his comeback.
He just came from the water.
Snaz is very confused right now, but anyway, next up on the course we have Weapon Matt. Matt is back today for his 6th appearance after missing the last tournament. He made his debut amongst the wave of new competitors that arrived on the Xbox One in Tournament 17 on the MCC. And he impressed right from the start, because as a newcomer, he was one of only 7 competitors to clear Stage 1 in that tournament. He then took it a step further in the first Halo 5 tournament, not only getting back to Stage 2, but reaching Stage 3 for his first time, and alongside Paddy and Fireball, he finished in a 3-way tie for first place. After a phenomenal start, things then got a little rough for Matt, with back-to-back Stage 1 failures, both of them timeouts, first at the warped wall, and then reaching the finish line, but not within the time. That, combined with disappointing performances on other courses, led to Matt making the decision to walk away from Halo jumping. With that in mind, Tournament 21 was supposed to be his potential final appearance. And unlike some farewell stories, his did have a positive ending somewhat, as he managed to put those 2 Stage 1 fails behind him to make it back to the second stage, but unfortunately he then failed the swing ladder, and a return to stage 3 did not come about. And as for that retirement, well, let's just say the rest is history. Matt proved to be the dominant star on the new generation of courses, with total victories galore. I mean, where do you want to start? 2 total victories on Irish's course, 2 total victories on Chumpy's course, a total victory on Sonic's course, and he started up his own course, aptly named Weapon Warrior.
Hello everybody, we are back, finally, and it's Weapon Warrior Tournament 5. The final 20 competitor tournament, and today we will see the 100th ever run.
Now, after all that success, Matt is back today looking to see if he can replicate that and potentially make it further than he's ever gone before on this course, stepping up for the final Halo 5 tournament. Weapon Matt. I mean, what more can you say, really, other than the rest is history, with all this success he's had in the 2 years since his last appearance. You know, you could make a case in this, 2-year period from 2020, 2021, when these new courses all started up, that Matt was the most in-form jumper across the entire community. I mean, how can you dispute that with all the total victories? But Matt, I know he is eyeing up big success on the big 3 courses, and he has had a taste for it. Bounced back on Rog's course, had a couple of stage 3s, I want to say. A deep stage 3. Bounced back on Smokey's, got to the final, and now he wants to do the same on this course. Not just clear stage 1 again, but go back to stage 3 and go far into the course as he gets inside the jumping spider nicely. Matt, looking smooth, looking steady, and looking quite quick at the minute too. Time for the half-pipe attack. Lands it very nicely, and he knows it. Shoots the stopper, and gets the dismount. Can he get up the warped wall in 1? If he does, he'll be on for a solid time, and he does get up it in 1. Matt's never been obviously he's never been the fastest competitor in the world, as he goes a little bit slower down the slider jump, but gets the height he needs. I don't think he's ever cleared stage, and he goes for the 360 as well. Matt's showing off. That's become a signature of his, the 360. And another one. I don't think Matt's ever cleared a stage on this course with more than 10 seconds left, but he's going to do it now and secure it with a 3rd 360 and a 4th. 15.2 seconds left on the clock. Matt was showing off at the end there, but why not? He has just cruised through stage 1 yet again and is heading back to stage 2. Well done, Matt.
Come on, let's get 360. Better expect
Y'all.
Plenty of time.
Is he gonna do it?
Gotta play.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Fuck you.
That was like 270.
Nicely done. He has done it. The 360 kid.
Did anyone else notice that he literally almost over-jumped one of the steps on the first obstacle and barely got a jump?
I heard a little groan.
Well, if there was a close call on the first obstacle, he didn't let it faze him, and he was smooth as butter through the rest of the course. Matt is moving back on once again. And just like that, we can now move on to another competitor who is coming off the back of a phenomenal tournament last time out. Next up on the course, we have Chumpy, formerly known as Atlantic Champ. This young star was without a doubt the breakout star of the last tournament, because following failure after failure on the jumping spider and all the jokes that came with it, Chumpy not only managed to conquer that beast, but he then managed to pick up his first ever stage 1 clear in the last tournament. And that success on stage 1 then led to a first ever stage 2 clear, and then he managed to get past the cliffhanger as one of only 4 competitors to beat the cliffhanger in the last tournament. Although the 3 other competitors managed to reach the final stage, and Chumpy went out on the very next jump, the first jump of the jumping bars, it was without a doubt a fantastic tournament for Chumpy. And now he is back, hoping to pick up where he left off. Chumpy. It really has felt like in the last few tournaments, there's always been the breakout star. We had Rog getting to the final 2 tournaments ago, and last tournament it was without a doubt Chumpy. You know, Chris did get to stage 3 as well, but it really did feel like, in the case of Chumpy, it was long overdue after the success he's had on other courses, starting up his own course as well, obviously, Halo Sasuke, and just the fact he let the jumping spider get into his head too much with the number of times he's failed it. 3 failures on it in the past, but he put all that behind him in the last tournament, and he's determined not to fail the jumping spider again. We hope. Let's find out. Fingers crossed. Okay, we're fine. He actually got super high off the trampoline there. He crushed that jump into the spider, and he's flying through the jumping spider. He's not afraid of that obstacle anymore. Crushed it. And now for the half-pipe attack. Jumps a little late, but still comfortably into the head slide. Going for the dismount. He feels like you just got to be careful. Everyone's got to be careful of the dismount now after what happened to Gotenks. Gets up the warped wall in one. He's going even faster than Matt. Now for the slider jump. Going quickly down the head slide for this as well. But Chumpy crashes out on the slider jump. Chumpy is undone on stage 1. The breakout star from the last tournament suffers a shock early exit this time round, and the man who was the first ever competitor to beat the slider jump in the last tournament becomes arguably its biggest victim in today's tournament. Chumpy crashes out on stage 1. It looked like he was on his way. He crushed the rest of the course up to that point. But sadly, he is not moving back onto stage 2. Oh, Chumpy. That is gutting. But our next man is hoping to get some revenge on stage 1 after last time.
Alright, I want a quadruple back. Alright.
Well, I guess the other guys didn't get the memo. He wanted a quadruple back smack, he got none. But Rog, the host of Spartan Sasuke, another host, bloody 3 competitors in a row that are host of their own course now. They're like buses. They're like flies. Anyway, sorry, I digress. Rog, looking for revenge after failing the half-pipe attack in the last tournament, and that was off the back of getting to the final stage 2 tournaments ago, the breakout star in tournament 21. Rog, so determined to turn it around. He was gutted. He was so shocked at the way he went out in the last tournament. I mean, of course you would be. Anyone that got to the final stage to then go from that to failing stage 1 would be shocked. But Rog throws himself quickly into the jumping spider, gets pretty high, but still takes a safe jump just to be sure. Rog is coming up to the half-pipe attack. He's failed it in 2 of the last 3 tournaments. He got his revenge on it in tournament 21. Can he get his revenge on it this time? Yes, he can! Or, well, he's done half of it at least. Can he do the second half? Can he get the dismount? Don't pull the Gotenks! Yes, he can. He's beaten it again. Went to the final stage the last time he beat that obstacle. Here's another final stage on the cards today. First, he's got to finish stage 1. Don't underestimate this slider jump. Chumpy just failed it. Oh, Rog just about barely lands on the peg, but he survives and has 27 seconds left on the clock. Rog is looking like he's going to pick up his second stage 1 clear. He's playing it safe, going up the middle. I like it, Rog. Tries to go for the spring jump, that doesn't work, but it does not matter, because Rog is moving back onto stage 2 with 10.5 seconds left on the clock, beats the klaxon, and I know he is very happy that he has succeeded again, this time around, after what happened in the last tournament. Well done to Rog, joining the others.
Spring.
This is spring.
No spring jump.
Let's go, Rog.
Look at this.
Let's go!
Bro, he can't even fucking jump.
Oh my god.
This guy can't spring jump.
Bro, imagine not being able to spring jump and clear stage 1. What a
I'm so pumped right now. Let's
Imagine
go.
being able to
Rock
scream.
party. Yeah. Revenge is so sweet. I said on Flames Course I'd never clear stage 1 of Halo 5 again.
Imagine
It's gonna be
being
like
able to
3 years
scream.
until this comes out, so that line isn't gonna make a difference.
Well, I guess Matt wasn't wrong, I suppose. I hope all those jokes don't come back to bite Chris, because he's actually up next. But Rog is pumped. Of course he is. He's moving back on once again. Now we can move on to our next competitor, and we already know who it is, but you know what, let's, for the sake of suspense, just pretend we don't. As we have a wasp that's almost gotten taken out flying around the sky. Where on earth is this guy going? He's eyeing up the tower behind stage 1 as he flies through the kill ball, crash lands on the start line and crashes into the water. Well, you know, I guess our thoughts go out to the family and friends of those pilots. Yeah. Anyway, that happened. And now we got this weird shrine entity cult, God knows what intro going on. Of course, this is a Chris intro. What else? Who else would come up with stuff like this? Chris, like Chumpy, had a breakout tournament last time out, beating stage 1 for the first time ever. And then getting all the way to the 3rd stage. And now he's decided that he wants to start his run on the top of the shrine. That's not going to help his time. That's not going to help him if he wants to get fastest time. And we know Chris is a super speedster. And he's already going for the early 360. Wow, Chris is a man with confidence. I like it. We shouldn't be surprised, I suppose. But Chris, a little slow. Ooh, that was close on the dismount there. Almost failed the second obstacle. As he's now going for the ball drop, he shoots the ball! Oh my goodness! What is this run so far? Oh, now we'll pick him up at the warped wall, as he does not get up it on the first try. Second attempt, gets up it with just under 50 seconds left on the clock. Chris now going for the slider jump, lands it nicely, just like he did in the last tournament, and makes it over the top, and now he's pushing. Can he get the fastest time? It belongs to Sonic. He's probably got to get 21 seconds to do it as he flies up the rope ladder, hits his head. Oh, Chris! He almost crashed out again, but he saves himself, gets the spring jump, but it costs him the fastest time. 19.4 seconds left on the clock. That was the purest definition of utter chaos. So many near misses, so many little mistakes. And if any one of them hadn't have happened, he probably would have had the fastest time. Nearly crashing out on just the second obstacle. This ball drop probably was even crazier than Elite's technique. After that, things settled down, but then it was just the little mistakes. 2 attempts at the warped wall, starting so far back at the start line, and then this near disaster.
Yo, I would have been screaming at him, watch his head, watch his head. Guess what he does? Guess what he does? He smacks his head on the last possible one.
Oh my god.
Bro, why are your pistol shots so strong?
Would have been fastest time.
And he still started like 2 seconds later.
Wait, did he take second from me?
And for those not keeping score at home, yes, Chris did go faster than Fireball. So rip Fireball, but Chris does have the second fastest time. Now we can move on to our next competitor. At number 95, we have the veteran Flameosaurus, formerly known as Flame Vortex. Like several other jumpers, Flame has now started up his own course, hosting Spartan Ninja Warrior.
Hey everybody, and welcome to the 9th tournament of Spartan Ninja Warrior. Actually, no, I'm gonna call him Vaze. Oh, he jumps early. He does not get it! Vaze is out on the jump hang. What is going on? He's hitting this dice very nicely. And it's past the black line. Cobra's going to stage 3. This tournament is not over yet.
Flame made his debut on this course back in Tournament 15 with a less than memorable newcomer appearance, but since then he has been a phenomenon on Halo 5. So much so that Flame now has a perfect clear rate of 5 out of 5 on Halo 5's first stage. One of only 2 competitors to have achieved this, and if he can clear stage 1 today, he will become only the 2nd ever competitor after Ice Spiteful on Halo 4 to achieve a 100% clear rate on stage 1 on any Halo game. Spiteful managed 7 out of 7 on Halo 4, Flame looking to go 6 for 6 here on Halo 5. Alongside Spiteful and Smokey, Flame is also looking to become just the 3rd ever competitor to clear stage 1 in 6 consecutive tournaments, making it to the 2nd stage, which has caused plenty of problems for him throughout his career on Halo 5, only managing to get past it once. But Flame is determined to go out on a high here in the final Halo 5 tournament. Does he have what it takes to hold his nerve one last time and get that perfect streak on stage 1? Flameosaurus, the host of Spartan Ninja Warrior, this is a big deal for Flame. He's, of the big 3 courses, he's probably most well known for his successes on Spartan Sasuke, but this is still a big deal for him. To go perfect on stage 1 on Halo 5 would be a huge milestone to achieve. And even ignoring that, Flame would not want to end Halo 5 on a sour note by failing stage 1 for only the 2nd time ever in his career. It really does feel like a lifetime ago that his one and only stage 1 fail on this course happened when he was, he had a joke gamer tag, MyMum47, and, failed just like many newcomers have failed in the past, going out on the rolling ball. As he eyes up the Jumping Spider, jumps a little early, but still gets into it. Jumping Spider not causing the damage that it was earlier in the tournament. Our top veterans seem to have got a grasp on it. Now for the half-pipe attack, he punches the air. Is he nervous about the half-pipe attack? He gets nice and high and smoothly into the head slide. 50 seconds left on the clock. Flame not going that fast. Maybe it's a sign that he is feeling the nerves. He's just taking his time a little bit more, making sure to nail everything, but he does get up the warped wall in 1. Now it takes a few more seconds to eye up the slider jump before he throws himself into it, sticks his head through the head slide. What the hell was that? His head morphed inside the head slide. I don't know what happened there, but Flame survives it and has 22 seconds left to secure that history. And I think he knows he's going to do it because he's gone for the 360. Is he going to go for the spring? Yes, he does. Flame doesn't beat the klaxon, but does get 6 out of 6. He secures the perfect run, the perfect streak on stage 1 here on Halo 5. Flameosaurus, 6 stage 1 clears in a row as Z comes out of nowhere. What was that? Where did he come from? But Flame, he was taking his time a little bit. Right from the very beginning, he was just that little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious. Maybe the nerves were playing on his mind, but he held his nerve crucially. I don't know what he was doing here on the slider jump. This happened in the last tournament as well. But once again, he made it work, and he cruised to the finish line. And in the midst of all that happening, Z-Master discovered an alternative way to get to stage 1's finish line. Don't think you'll be able to do that within the 2-minute time or the 110-second time limit. But it doesn't matter, he's celebrating with Flame and he's moving back on to stage 2. 3 stage 1 clears in a row, and that now brings us to 17 competitors moving on, as we now have Mavbrid, a newcomer, one of 2 newcomers stepping up, both filling in for Drago and who neither of whom could compete in this tournament. So these 2 newcomers are the lucky ones. I'm not sure if this guy's also a Halo Football League player. I feel like this guy's played b-ball with us before. Maybe I'm just misremembering that. But Mav is... Oh no, Mav! Well, he was doing good on the 12 Timbers and then he backed off the last one. That is unfortunate. But now we can move on to the last ever newcomer on Halo 5. This is Pancake. with a double C. And now watch the magic trick of breaking the fourth wall where Smokey and Puma disappear from the start line. Don't worry about that. This is the last newcomer ever on stage 1, and he's also the 999th different newcomer to take on NWOH. So, you know, that's pretty... next runner is going to be a pretty big milestone. Pancake, this guy's not to be confused with the racer. Oh no, Pancake! Well, he's not a racer. He's not a jumper either, because he's crashed out early, jumping over the ball drop, and that is the end of the road for our newcomers. As we have another skydiver. Who's this guy I think he is? Dom da Bomb? We've seen this intro already, Vulcan. Well, I say Vulcan, sorry. This is Strafe Helix, who used to be called Vulcan. He had a great tournament last time out on stage 1, getting the fastest ever stage 1 clear time in Ninja Warrior of Halo history. 37.5 seconds left on the clock. I don't think he's going to be able to get a time like that this time around, considering the 20-second time cut. But, I mean, Vulcan's been on such a high. I keep calling him Vulcan, even though his name's Strafe Helix, but we still all call him Vulcan. He's been on such a high, such a huge upward trajectory in the last 2 tournaments. First getting to the final stage in Tournament 21, then that record clear time in the last tournament on stage 1, got back to stage 3 as well. Stage 3 didn't quite go according to plan though, that was probably the one little blip for him, but he's looking to get back to stage 3 again today and certainly do better than he did last time. He's making his way through the jumping spider, and now it's time for the half-pipe attack. He used to have problems with this obstacle, but he's figured it out. Uses the stopper just to be sure, and goes for the dismount nicely. He's onto the warped wall. Can he get up it in 1? Yes, he can. Not bad. Time for the slider jump. Beat this in the last tournament. Shock Horror will not be breaking his record clear time, but it looks like he's on his way to another stage 1 clear, and that would be 4 in a row for Vulcan. After failing stage 1, I'm pretty sure, in all of his first 4 appearances. But no slip-ups on the rope ladder. We saw what happened to Chris as Vulcan goes for the spring jump. Oh my goodness, Vulcan, what did I just say about not doing anything dumb? That was almost something really dumb. But he just about survives. It does mean he won't beat the Klaxon, but he still clears stage 1 with 6.7 seconds on the clock. What is with people and trying to screw up on the rope ladder? You got the job done, and then you just try and break every... Oh, God, yeah. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Following Vulcan's success, we had the Grand Champion, Smokey Massacre, the All-Star, back for his 18th appearance, stepping up to secure another stage 1 clear. But, oh, hold on. He slips up at the warped wall. We have seen quite a few competitors struggle with the warped wall, not getting up on the first try. Smokey also doesn't get up on the second try. Doesn't get up it on the third try. Smokey in trouble here. He needs to get up this warped wall. He gets up it now, but he's got to move. It's a race against the clock. He needs to clear the slider jump with, I want to say, probably at least 18 seconds left on the clock. He goes slow down the head slide though to get the height, but that costs him even more time. 18 seconds left. Smokey needs to push. Smokey needs to push. Otherwise, he's going to suffer a shock exit. 10 seconds left. The klaxon sounds. Can Smokey do it? He's going to be close. He looks at the crowd. What's he doing? Smokey! Oh, well, we needn't have worried.
You make it dramatic, don't you?
Shades of Crown Fair 19 as far as pace speed there. That was impressive. Let's go.
Good job.
Good thing I got the warped wall when I did. Holy shit.
No shit, yeah, one more.
4 walls.
Before our final runner, let's quickly pause to look at this tournament's Ninja Killer, and the honour goes to the new 12 Timbers, which managed to take out 18 competitors. Perhaps not entirely surprising since 17 of those fails were from newcomers, but I do just want to give a quick shout out to the Jumping Spider, which, despite being the 4th obstacle, has managed to take out 17 competitors, so just one shy. Nevertheless, the 12 Timbers is the Ninja Killer here on stage 1. And with that, we have just one competitor left to run the first stage here on Halo 5. This man had a tournament to remember last time out, and he's determined to have another memorable tournament today. For the first time in his jumping career, the number 100 goes to Alpha Puma. Puma is today making his 9th appearance on the course, and like Flame, making his debut in Tournament 15 and crashing out early on his newcomer appearance at the Rolling Ball. In the very next tournament, he stunned everyone with one of the best comeback performances when he made it to the last obstacle on Stage 3. For the longest time, it appeared the last obstacle of Stage 3 would be the bane of Puma's career, unable to conquer it and unable to reach the final stage. But in the last tournament, he finally achieved the goal that he has wanted throughout his entire jump career. He managed to reach the final stage and could finally get a crack at that tower for total victory. Although his final stage attempt didn't go the way he would have liked, he walked away a happy man. Puma is also looking to go 6 out of 6 on Stage 1 with a perfect clear record, and like Flame, looking to clear Stage 1 for the 6th tournament in a row. Puma has established himself as the most consistent competitor on Halo 5 on this course. Can he show it one last time? Could he make it 2 tournaments in a row on the final stage? If he wants to achieve that, he needs to make the perfect start right here on Stage 1. Alpha Puma, I cannot put into words, and I cannot emphasize enough just how much of a lifetime goal accomplishment it was for Puma in the last tournament. Anyone who heard his celebrations when he cleared Stage 3, just the pure joy, relief, happiness that just came out of him as he takes an extra bounce on the curtain slider there, playing it very safe. Just the pure joy, just every emotion you could possibly think of, that he'd set himself this goal for many years to try and get to the final stage, and to finally achieve it when it looked like it was never going to happen. Yeah, it's just, if nothing else, hopefully it just relieves some of that pressure that he puts on himself in terms of his expectations of how he's going to do. Maybe now, on this course at least, he can enjoy himself just that little bit more as he goes quickly into the half-pipe attack. He hits the stopper very nicely. I've been talking so much, he's already halfway through the course. Taking his time a little bit, 45 seconds left on the clock. Does not get up the warped wall in one, like, as I say, like many competitors have done in this tournament, but gets up in second try. Time for the slider jump. Aside from Chumpy, it really hasn't caused too much damage, but Puma does not want to underestimate it, and he will not, and he's even going to sneak underneath. The last runner on Stage 1 deciding to mix things up, do things a little differently. 16 seconds left. As long as he doesn't have any terrible mistakes on the rope ladder, he should be fine. And he will not make any mistakes. Alpha Puma whips out the scatter shot, and Puma is moving on to Stage 2. Like Flame, he secures the perfect streak on Halo 5. 6 clears out of 6 on Stage 1. And for him personally, that is now his 7th Stage 1 clear in just 9 appearances. Not many competitors have a record better than that across their first 9 appearances. Puma, it was a little slow, it was a little methodical. He picked up the pace in the second half of Stage 1 despite this slip up on the warped wall, but in the end he got the job done with very little drama at all, not really any close calls, even going for the lower ledge here on the slider jump. We saw Smokey go for the very bottom ledge in the last tournament, but Puma, just like we've seen so many times in the past, delivers when it matters, and he, on his first time wearing number 100, clears Stage 1, and in doing so means we will have 20 competitors moving on to the second stage. It was double delight for Sonic Fan, as not only did he become the 200th ever Stage 1 clear in Ninja War of Halo history, but he also picked up the fastest time on his first time getting past Stage 1. Also joining him is newcomer Booker Taco, the All-Star Elite MKB, and Stage 4 finalist from Tournament 21, Rog, are moving on. Both Flame and Alpha Puma have ensured they will finish Halo 5 with perfect Stage 1 clear streaks, with 6 clears out of 6. And the All-Star Phil is moving back onto Stage 2 for the first time since Tournament 16. But now, the joys and euphoria of beating Stage 1 must be forgotten, as our 20 survivors now face the second stage. The first 2 obstacles of Stage 2 are a familiar sight, but it is all change after that. 2 new obstacles, the Unstable Bridge and Cable Cross, have been introduced for the first time, whilst modifications to the Metal Spin and the Wall Lift means this is an almost unrecognisable Stage 2 compared to the last tournament. One saving grace for our competitors, the time limit has been bumped up massively from 65 to 90 seconds. Let's head down to the sidelines to hear from some of our competitors.
There's no way I beat the stage. I know I can do it in the time limit, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it. The Salmon Ladder, the Unstable Bridge, they're all really tough. But, the Metal Spin, I haven't really gotten there that much in practice, but if I do get it, I think I might have enough time to clear, and we'll see how it goes.
Honestly, beating Stage 1 was an exhilarating experience, and when I hit that buzzer, I was just amped. And you could hear it in my voice if you were in the party.
I'm exhilarated to clear Stage 1 as always. I mean, I've definitely struggled on this course before, so finally pulling through is nice after 2 years. I'm actually feeling surprisingly confident about this Stage 2. I shouldn't be, because this is definitely a tough Stage 2. There are so many places you could go out on. But, you know, it's definitely doable, so let's just see what happens.
My mindset has not changed at all since Stage 1. Stage 1 was a good hurdle to get through, but this stage is just as big of a hurdle if I want to get to Stage 3 and have a chance at the final. There's not really one obstacle I'm scared about. It's more or less just, this stage, if I fail, it's going to be a simple mistake, not really a specific obstacle. It'll just be like a minor thing. But I do feel pretty good overall, and hopefully I can beat this stage and go to Stage 3.
Well, it feels good. It's about time I got here, but looking forward to seeing what I'm capable of on Stage 2.
Well, you know, recovering from an ACL tear is always tough. Took a lot of rehab, and it really derailed my career for a good bit. And I worked really, really closely with some high-level rehab guys, just physical therapy, just trying to get that knee right. And, you know, I think I'm finally starting to come around to where that knee is about where it's supposed to be. But that Salmon Ladder is going to be tough. But other than that, yeah, I'm going to kick the shit out of this stage.
Well, first of all, can I just say how relieved I am to get by Stage 1? I've thought about this run for really since the day I beat Stage 1 in 22, where it's like, man, I got to follow this up now. It's going to be a lot of pressure. But to be able to pull through and get it done, I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, it feels good. Obviously, I missed last tournament because, you know, I didn't know where I was at after that Tournament 21 run, but apparently 2 years away from this course isn't enough to take me out on Stage 1 again. The second stage, I feel like I've got a chance at beating it. If history proves itself right, I failed it, then cleared it. I failed it my last time here, so I should clear it this time.
Just been a surreal experience all the way through with all the people here watching today. Can't wait to make a deep run into Stage 3.
Yeah, it feels good getting back to Stage 2. This was the objective, you know, at this point in my Halo jumping career. It's sort of becoming a bit of the old washed-up veteran, so as long as I can keep getting to Stage 2, I'm happy. As for the Salmon Ladder, it's basically, that's my only goal here. I'm not aiming for a clear, I'm just aiming for a Salmon Ladder beat, and that's it. If I time out doing so, then so be it.
Going into Stage 2, I'm always excited to be here. This is a stage that, you know, back in the day on Halo 4, I feel like I was always very confident, very fast on the stage. You know, I never really had much troubles with stage 2 back in those days. Now, the stage is definitely different. There's some different obstacles, tougher obstacles, so I'm always a little more cautious now. I think I can do it. I can definitely fail it too, but I'm going to try my hardest, and hopefully that'll get me back to stage 3.
I was worried about stage 1 when I did my run, but I pushed through it, and I'm worried about the second stage as well, especially the metal spin. I'm a bit disappointed the stick slider's not here because I really wanted to get revenge on it, but overall I am feeling pretty good on this stage. I'm still definitely nervous, but that goes with any stage.
I'm so happy that me and Flame were able to get perfect Halo 5s. I think that's the thing that I'll walk away best from this tournament, regardless of what happens on the stage 2. And so in terms of the changes, I think moving objects, I suck at them, but I have like the Fist of God apparently from practice on the unstable bridge, so we'll see how that goes. And I kind of have some practice on the 4th obstacle because I made the final stage. So I feel like I give myself like a strong 72% chance of beating the stage.
The final battle of Halo 5 is ready to commence. The course bathed in shining night sky. Will Euphoria await one of our final 20 survivors when the night is ended? How many will have what it takes? Will anyone have what it takes to reach the top of the final stage tower? For only the 4th time in Halo jumping history, we have at least 20 competitors moving on from stage 1. There is arguably a greater variety than ever before. 7 first-timers tying the record from Tournament 14. 3 All-Stars, the first time since Tournament 16. And 10 veterans of varying levels of success. Some back here for the first time in a while, others keeping up a perfect streak of success on Halo 5. Who will survive? Who will fall? Who will advance to the 3rd stage? Let's find out as Joey Davis is ready to kick off Stage 2. It's been quite the turnaround for Joey, as he knows, from failing the first obstacle to now making it to Stage 2. 90 seconds as he makes his way through the downhill jump and onto the salmon ladder. This is always the one that every competitor has their eye on Stage 2 on Halo 5, but Joey just absolutely destroyed the salmon ladder, and now he will be the first to take on this brand new unstable bridge. It's like a pendulum. You've got to build momentum to make the bridge swing, and then get from one bridge to the second bridge. As he builds up the momentum, makes the jump, and is comfortably across. And then you've got to start the process all over again. Build up the momentum, but this time you have to make a huge jump for the dismount platform. And you're already seeing just how much of a time killer this obstacle is. Joey goes for it. 35 seconds left. Can he make the dismount? Yes, he can, only just. Now onto the other new obstacle, the cable cross. This is taking the cables from the final stage tower and basically making an obstacle out of them. But Joey gets through that, but he's only got 20 seconds left as he hits the metal spin, gets a save jump, but it's not enough for Joey, and he goes down on the metal spin. Let's take a look at a replay. You can see just how huge this dismount platform is for the unstable bridge, or just how big the gap is for the dismount. But Joey managed to get his save jump just right. But on the metal spin, he got a save jump, but it wasn't enough. I'm not sure if he would have had enough time left anyway to finish stage 2, but nevertheless, it was a great run from Joey. From one first-time competitor to another, but this man might just be the biggest surprise of them all, that he made it this far. This is Wolf Ninja. This is his 5th appearance on the course. His first time making it to stage 2, but incredibly, it was also the first time he'd ever got past the 3rd obstacle on stage 1. He tries the jumping spider, or he gets to the jumping spider for the first time, and then he goes all the way and beats stage 1. Now he is here on stage 2, and he does not fail the downhill jump, but Can he avoid defeat on the salmon ladder? He has a history of struggles with the salmon ladder. Oh, as he slips down one, but he saves himself very well. Oh, he drops down again! Wolf Ninja! Oh, another brilliant save, but he's back at the bottom. Now making progress again, back up to that third ledge, now up to the fourth ledge, getting there, hits his head again. It's a huge drop and he can't save himself this time. Wolf Ninja is eliminated by the salmon ladder. Doesn't take anything away though from a great tournament he's had. As we now are already onto our third man, and yet another competitor taking on Stage 2 for their first time. This is Sonic Fan. Anybody would think we'd have a lot of first-time competitors. We do, 7 to be exact. Tying that record from Tournament 14 when Snaz was amongst the competitors to get to Stage 2. But let's stop talking about Snaz. This is Sonic as he gets through the downhill jump as well. And now our third man to take on the salmon ladder. He hits his head straight away but recovers nicely and flies into a spring jump technique. Not as smooth as Joey's, but still just as effective. And now it's his turn for the unstable bridge as he punches the ground. He punches the ground on the unstable bridge and gets huge momentum going. This is much better technique than what we saw from Joey. Has Sonic cracked a technique here? Maybe something that Joey did not know. Sonic has built up huge momentum and he's crucially done it at a quick pace. This obstacle is a time killer just as much as it is a challenging obstacle, and you can see Sonic easily made the dismount as he flies across the left hand side of the cable cross, cutting to the right, and now for the metal spin. As he goes for the left side just like Joey, he gets a crucial save jump, gets the dismount, 25 seconds for the wall lift. Use that mongoose and push the walls up. Each wall gets heavier and heavier. But Sonic, it does not stop him. Sonic Fan is moving on to the third stage. On his first time taking on Stage 2. And I just realised I never even mentioned, he was the 200th ever attempt on Stage 2. A landmark run, and it produces a Stage 2 clear. Once again, it was the unstable bridge that made the difference. He got his technique spot on. Built up momentum really quickly. He only needed 2 swings for that first bridge. And then for the dismount, he made it much more comfortably. He didn't even need that save jump. He then overcame the metal spin that took Joey out. And he had plenty of time left to cruise to the finish line, finishing with almost 15 seconds left. And Sonic's breakout tournament will continue into the third stage. What a performance by Sonic. What a tournament he is having. And he's trying to beat the stage backwards, but that's as far as he can go. Whew, well, I would normally say let's see if we can all catch our breath after such a thrilling run, but we don't have a chance to catch our breath because it's straight into the next competitor, and it's now time for Booker Taco, the first of 2 newcomers to take on Stage 2. I want to say this is the first time we've had 2 newcomers reach the second stage since Tournament 16. As Booker is hanging off the back of the downhill jump, but that was so he could throw in a 360. He's vibing. Not many newcomers have made it to Stage 2 on Halo 5, and only 1 has ever beaten the salmon ladder. And he's not off to the best of starts here, as he's really taking his time, but gets up the first one. Misses the second jump, but saves himself. Misses it again and bounces off, and it's over in the blink of an eye. Booker is down. The second man to go out on the salmon ladder. And now it's the turn of Petrillo Fam. Of all the competitors that have made it to Stage 2 for their first time in this tournament, Petrillo is probably the one that has been the most deserving of it. His 4th appearance, all of his first 3 attempts, he made it deep into Stage 1, but was unable to get the job done. He finally got the job done this time around. Can he take his opportunity? You heard him in his interview. He's eyeing up Stage 3, Stage 4, even total victory. The skies are the limit for Petrillo, but he has to focus on the task in hand, and that means not slipping up on the salmon ladder. Look at this technique! Petrillo flies up the salmon ladder. What a move! That's going to save him some time, and he will need it on the unstable bridge. Look at this technique. He's pushing the bar rather than punching. We saw how it worked for Sonic. But Petrillo, has he maybe not seen Sonic's technique? Does he not know that he can punch the ground? He's built up the momentum and he's made it across. But now he only has one bar to push. Albeit it is more central, so theoretically the bridge should move quicker. But look at the time, 35 seconds. How much time has he spent on this obstacle already? He takes a false start. That's going to cost him even more time. Petrillo, can he get the dismount? Yes, he can, but 22 seconds left and he still has 3 obstacles to beat. Is this mission impossible? Petrillo makes his way through the cable cross. Time for the metal spin. Time is running out. He has to motor. He gets the save jump, but there's only 10 seconds left. The wall lift. Surely he hasn't got enough time here. Petrillo's pushing it as fast as he can through the second wall, through the third wall. It's not enough. Petrillo is out of time. He came up short by, less than 2 seconds. Petrillo is beaten right at the finish line of stage 2. That is devastating. It was the unstable bridge that decided it. He spent over 40 seconds on this obstacle, probably even longer than that actually. But if you had to put it down to one moment, it was probably that false run, as we're going to see. Or maybe we're not going to see. But Petrillo, oh, that is absolutely devastating. To come that close to beat stage 2 and not advance. He runs out of time. For the 3rd tournament in a row, his tournament ends by timeout. That is devastating. He will not join Sonic on the 3rd stage. Our next competitor is getting ready to step up.
All right, everybody, give me a huddle. Give me a huddle.
Swan is looking for some support from his fellow competitors. Everyone in this little huddle, actually, has made it to stage 2. It's the stage 2 group. Rog, Irish, Flame, and Vulcan. This is Swan's 3rd time on the 2nd stage. And the last time he was here, in Tournament 20, he beat this stage on the way to his first trip to the 3rd stage. As his fellow competitors look on, all looking forward to their runs. But before that, they are sending positive vibes to Swan. His 6th appearance on the course, his 3rd time making it to stage 2. He has 1 clear, 1 fail. A little bit of a slow hop there into the head slide, but he does get through. Now for the salmon ladder as he slides into it. Is he feeling confident? He was kind of taking the mickey a little bit in his interview, talking about that infamous leg injury that he suffered when he collapsed at the warped wall 2 tournaments ago. But he's bounced back in style. Oh, a little bit of a close call there, getting onto the unstable bridge. He punches it and lets it swing naturally. Oh, look at this technique. He just stays in one position, lets the momentum build with one well-timed punch, and looks like he's going to go for a 3rd punch. This is a well-worked-out strategy, but did he jump a little bit early there? Swan, he gets a save jump. It's not enough. Swan comes up short and becomes the 1st competitor to fail the unstable bridge. He had a technique, but did he jump a little bit too early off that bridge, and did he save jump at the wrong time? Swan is beaten.
No.
You're good. No, you.
No!
Damn it!
You had it.
I jumped too early. Dude.
I don't even need the save jump.
You can feel Swan's pain there. That might have just been the last possible jump that could have stopped him from making it back to the 3rd stage. Instead, he is in the waters on stage 2, and things did not get any better for our next set of competitors. Little Cabbage, the other newcomer taking on stage 2, became only the 2nd competitor, or 2nd newcomer ever to beat the salmon ladder. That was the good news. The bad news was, once he got to the top, and got onto the unstable bridge, he had no idea what to do. Despite the best efforts of his coach, Killer Man, trying to explain as quickly as possible how to build up momentum, unfortunately, it counted for little and he crashed out, not even making it onto the second bridge. After that, we had Mighty Max 80, the last of our 7 competitors, or 7 first-timers on Stage 2, and like the previous 2, he went down on the unstable bridge, failing the dismount just like Swan to make it 3 unstable bridge failures in a row. Then we had Crown Ferret Irish back on Stage 2 for the 2nd tournament in a row. He crashed out on the salmon ladder last time, and unfortunately, history repeated itself as he failed the salmon ladder again. He was hugely disappointed. He had slight hopes that he could have maybe had an outside chance at making it to the 3rd stage in this tournament. But this Stage 2 is proving to be devastating for our competitors. 9 up, only 1 through. How will our next competitor fare? Stepping up to Stage 2 for his 9th time is the All-Star Could Be Better, or Phil. Phil is Ninja Warrior of Halo's most experienced competitor of all time, with today being his 21st appearance. This is also Phil's first time back on Stage 2 since Tournament 16 after 6 straight Stage 1 failures. Now that Phil has returned to Stage 2, he can take comfort from his performances in the last 2 times he made it to this stage, in Tournaments 15 and 16, when he beat Stage 2 on both occasions, and in Tournament 16 set his personal best performance when he made it to the jumping bars. So let's see how Phil will fare as he continues his comeback tournament. Phil, nodding along. Is he confident? Is he just nodding in approval that he's finally made it back to Stage 2? It has been a long time coming. His 9th time taking on Stage 2, and his first since Tournament 16. His first time taking on this stage as an All-Star, actually. Let's not forget about that. It's been too long, but now it's Phil's time to shine. Please, thank God, don't fail the first obstacle. Could you imagine? 6-7 year wait to get back to Stage 2, and then he fails the downhill jump. But now it's time for the salmon ladder. This obstacle, wow, look at Phil go up it. Wow, he's up, he's down, he's all over the place. We've seen both of the All-Stars that have previously tried this obstacle fail it at least once. Elite's never beaten it, but Phil gets through it! Just like Smokey has several times in the past. Except for that one time, you know, in Tournament 18. Don't worry about that, Smokey. Oh no. I have a feeling we have another little cabbage on our hands here, people. Does Phil... Well, the bridge is moving slightly. Okay, he's finally worked out to punch it. But look at the time already, 40 seconds. What did he... I mean, what was it? Like, he probably spent a good 20 seconds. Oh, he goes for it early! Phil barely makes the jump! Oh my goodness. Is he going to have anything left by the time he beats this obstacle? Is he even going to beat this obstacle? We've already seen 3 competitors fail it. That punch is not going to help, Phil. That one helped a little bit. We've seen a wide variety of techniques on how to do this obstacle already, and this is not one of them. Klaxon sounding. Is he going to beat this obstacle before the time runs out? He goes for it. Phil doesn't really need the save jump, but he does get through the unstable bridge. But time runs out, and then he fails the cable cross anyway. Phil, the All-Star. What a roller coaster of a run. His first time trying the salmon ladder. And he was up, he almost fell back down, he saved himself, and then he flew back up it again. I wish Elite probably wishes he was able to do that. Becoming only the 2nd All-Star after Smokey to beat the salmon ladder. But then the unstable bridge, he did not have the technique, but he persevered. And it became all about willpower. And that's something that Phil can take away from this tournament. Willpower. Finally breaking through on Stage 1 after all those failures to get his first try at Stage 2 on Halo 5. But ultimately it ended in a bit of a damp squib, running out of time just halfway through the stage. And this Stage 2 is racking up quite the body count. Well, I'd already said stage 2 is looking rough. There's the proof of it. Halfway through, 10 attempts, just 1 clear so far. As our next man is looking to turn things around in the second half for our competitors, and he knows how to beat this stage. As Fireball's getting ready, and there's Z on a rock. Fireball is today taking on this course for his 8th time, having made his debut back in Tournament 16. Despite the unprecedented level of consistency he has produced on Halo Ninja Warrior, his success on this course has been middling, to say the least. In 8 appearances, this is only his 4th time making it to Stage 2, and his first time since Tournament 21, when he set his personal best, reaching Stage 3 before going out on the hang climb. But after producing that personal best run, he then followed that up in the last tournament with a shocking early exit on Stage 1 at the half-pipe attack, showing Fireball's lack of consistency. Now he's back on Stage 2 today, looking to go even further and set another personal best. It's these moments of pressure where Fireball steps up. 9 failures out of the first 10 competitors. Is that going to stop Fireball? No chance. He will be determined, even more determined, to pull through and turn things around for our competitors. And he probably needs to, otherwise we are going to be seriously knocking on the door of a Stage 2 fail record, as Fireball begins his run comfortably through the downhill jump. He has 2 clears and 1 fail on this stage, so the odds are in his favour, and he knows how to beat this salmon ladder, spring jumping his way through as he has done in the past, and up to the top nicely, onto the unstable bridge, and he's going for the double punch strategy. As I say, we've seen a variety of different techniques so far. Some of them have worked, some of them definitely haven't. Others have worked, but it's cost too much time. Fireball puts on a clinic of a technique. That is how to do the unstable bridge. And he's onto the cable cross. As I say, 9 failures already. The record is 11, which ironically was set in Tournament 16, when we had a record number of clears. But Fireball's determined not to make it 10. As he comfortably clears the metal spin, and he's got tons of time for the wall left. As he pushes through the first wall, little bit more of a struggle for the second. As we know, these walls get heavier and heavier, and he's finding this third wall a little bit tough, but he's not giving up as he squeezes through. He doesn't get 20 seconds, but it's still 19.4 seconds left on the clock. That's a phenomenal time from Fireball, and he is heading back to the 3rd stage yet again.
Money time.
Nice.
I'm a champion. Oh my god, he got
Oh, that wiggle.
dude.
What did you were just birthed against?
Yo, that didn't give me fastest time because that 3rd wall. I hate it.
And now straight back into the action, starting his run is Zekin Yuki, the Japanese competitor. His 2nd time on Stage 2. Oh, with a slip up on the salmon ladder, but he saves himself. He made it to this stage in Tournament 21, and he beat this stage. Can he go 2 for 2? He gets a ghost punch, but then he gets the unstable bridge moving. His name's Yuki, so Vulcan might like him, as he's building up momentum quite nicely and is comfortably... Wow, we made it a long way over that first bridge. 2nd bridge now. Okay, not doing quite as well with building up that momentum. A few bad punches, but it seems to be getting a little bit better. It's really starting to swing now. He needs to think about going. He does go. 30 seconds. Can he make it? He comfortably makes it, but the time is not on his side. He needs to get moving. Cable cross. Takes a save jump. That's not going to help. What's he doing? This is not gonna work. You haven't got the time to do this, Yuki. What are you doing? He's got 12 seconds left and he's dawdling. He's taking save jumps. The klaxon sounds and he finally realizes that he doesn't have the time. He's zooming full send into the metal spin and he's down. Make that 10 failures on Stage 2. Whoa. This second stage is wiping the field, wiping the floor all over with our competitors. Taking on stage 2 for his 12th time is the all-star Elite MKB. By reaching stage 2 today, he moves ahead of Drago into second all-time for the most stage 1 clears. And at one stage, Elite had one of the best records on stage 2, clearing it in 6 of his first 7 attempts, which also led to his personal best result in Tournament 15. But since Tournament 15, he has been unable to get past the second stage, failing it on each of his last 4 attempts, 3 of those failures coming at the hands of the Salmon Ladder. He was one of the first competitors to ever attempt the obstacle, and it has continued to be his nemesis throughout Halo 5. Let's see if today, in the final Halo 5 tournament, this will be the day Elite pulls through. Elite MKB, the second most experienced competitor of all time on stage 2. And he would love for this last Halo 5 tournament to be the one where he can he said it in his interview, he's not even just pulling through by beating this stage again and finally getting back to stage 3. He just wants to beat that Salmon Ladder. He knows how to do the downhill jump. Though he did almost overshoot it. But he's fine. He beats it yet again. And now face to face with his nemesis. Has he ever hated an obstacle more than this Salmon Ladder? Taking his time, he has a technique, getting right on the edge and hopping up. And it's slow, but it's effective, working so far. Going up to the 4th ledge. He bongs himself slightly, save jumps, hits himself again, and that's it! One mistake is all it takes, and Elite is back in the water again. It is absolutely devastating. He has failed the Salmon Ladder for the 4th time in his career. 4 times making it to stage 2 on Halo 5, and he has been defeated by this obstacle every time. This is the ultimate definition of a nemesis. Elite ends Halo 5 with yet another failure on stage 2. And with that, we have 11 failures. We have tied the record, the all-time record for most fails ever on stage 2, with 7 competitors left to run. And Weapon Matt, the last time he was on this stage, he failed it. He went down on the swing ladder 2 tournaments ago. That was, at the time, a retirement run. But he missed the last tournament, but came back today to make sure he was in the final Halo 5 tournament. And he is determined to pick up his second stage 2 clear, because of course he did defeat this stage back in the first ever Halo 5 tournament in Tournament 18. As I say, he is one of 7 competitors left to run. If any one of these final 7 competitors fails stage 2, we will set a new record for the most failures ever in a single tournament. Matt has got a solid technique though on the unstable bridge and comfortably makes the landing. Time for the cable cross with 45 seconds left on the clock. And unlike Yuki, he's not taking a casual stroll through it, although he could with the amount of time he's got left. Metal spin. He might not have even needed that save jump. He was solid on that. 30 seconds for the wall lift. He's got the time. He should be comfortable. These walls have been made heavier, as I say, compared to the last tournament. They've caused problems for some, but not for Matt. 20.3 seconds left on the clock. I want to say that might be only the 3rd time ever Stage 2 has been beaten with more than 20 seconds left, and a piece of history. We saw the 200th ever Stage 1 clear earlier in the tournament. Now we have seen the 100th ever Stage 2 clear from Weapon Matt. And that success continued as we soon after racked up our clear number 101 as Rog took to the field, returning to this stage for the 2nd time after making it here in Tournament 21, when he of course infamously made it to the final stage. He had a bit of struggles with the wall lift, lifting that second wall, but he got a good lift on the third wall, and although he couldn't beat the klaxon, he's moving back on to the third stage once again.
He still can't spring jump. He still can't spring jump.
He's moving on the stage.
He did it an extra swing, and I thought it might have cost him.
So Rog's 2 for 2 on stage.
Joey is right. Rog is 2 for 2 on stage 2. And of course we all know how it went in Tournament 21, making it to the final stage. Could he be heading back there again? We'll find out later on as we're preparing for our next competitor. What the hell is that weird noise? And what was that? What was that ammo pack? Where did that come from? What is going on here? We have a group of competitors who are jiggling their heads inside a kill ball like it's some kind of a disco. Of course, this has to be a Chris intro. Back for his second time on stage 2 after making it here for his first time in the last tournament. He beat this stage in Tournament 22 as we pick him up at the metal spin. Gets a nice save jump and is through comfortably.
Let's go, baby.
Nice.
Whoa, how much
Nicely
time?
done.
Zeke, get ready to do it.
Alright.
We gotta get.
Oh.
Come on!
Oh, he's got it. Come on.
That might cost him fastest time.
All good.
Got it, baby.
Oh no.
What is happening?
Come on! How much time?
Push,
push, push, push, push, push, push.
You're being reborn.
Yeah.
God damn, bro.
I do not know what just happened with that last wall. I mean, it took him like over 35 seconds to beat the final obstacle. He was cruising, and then it turned into an almost absolute disaster. But by hook or by crook, Chris is heading back to the third stage once again. And he will be joined by Strafe Helix. His 4th time on stage 2, his 4th tournament in a row making it to stage 2, and his 3rd tournament in a row beating this stage. He also had some wall lift struggles. Either this wall lift's been modified to be too heavy, or these guys need to hit the gym. They're Spartans! They're supposed to be made of tough stuff. Despite the struggles though, he did still finish with more than 10 seconds left on the clock. Yeah, maybe these Spartans need to get to the gym, because, you know, they're having trouble with this wall lift, I tell ya. But nevertheless, Strafe is moving on once again. And with that, there are just 3 competitors left to run on stage 2. Time for Flamosaurus, his 6th tournament in a row, making it to stage 2. But it has been a struggle for him. Last time he went out on the stick sider for the 2nd tournament in a row. In his 5 previous attempts, he has only managed to beat this stage once. That was in Tournament 20. 4 failures across the rest of his Halo 5 career. But nevertheless, he knows how to beat this stage, and he's shown that he can be versatile. One of 2 competitors to go 6 for 6, a perfect stage 1 record here on Halo 5. And this is an interesting technique. Flame going for a plasma pistol technique to get the momentum going for the unstable bridge. Choosing not to punch the bridges, which is interesting, but he's got to time his jump for the 2nd bridge, which he just about manages to do. And now this 2nd bridge has already got a lot of momentum, so it'll take less work. Maybe goes a little early there. Flame! Okay, he's fine. He makes it across. That is a sign, a clear sign that Flame can think outside the box. Takes a save jump there. Then takes his time a little bit. Doesn't want to take too much time here, Flame. 25 seconds left. Metal spin. Takes him even more time. He failed this in Tournament 19. Gets a late save jump, but will not fail it this time. 16 seconds. Has he got enough time for the wall lift? He needs to make sure he doesn't have any mistakes here or any holdups. And it looks like he's not going to. That last wall's a little bit of a struggle. But Flame is going back to the 3rd stage. Flamosaurus Mr. Perfection, or one half of the Perfection team, 6 times on stage 2, and now he's finally going back to stage 3.
I don't think I got it. I got it.
You got it, dude.
Stage 3, 16.
Come on. Send it. Go. Push.
Go.
Let's go,
Stage
Flame.
3, baby.
Let's go, Flame.
Here.
That was sweet. Oh, that's
I
fine.
could have beat the Klaxon there, but I don't. I could not.
Put out the Flame Warrior. Let's go.
Back on stage 3.
That's probably a top 3.
Do the fire emblem.
So donkey.
That is the roar we love to see, love to hear. The donkey is going back to the 3rd stage for his 2nd time. Well done to Flame. It's great to hear Flame so happy. And Z's back on a rock for some reason. Is Z just taking ownership of this rock? What's going on here? Anyway, now we have the turn of the Grand Champion. And not just the Grand Champion, the man with the most attempts on stage 2 ever, Smokey. He had a bit of a meltdown on the wall lift in the last tournament, almost flipping on that 3rd wall, but just about managed to pull through. His 13th time taking on stage 2, extending his record, and he's got quite the crowd watching on that are trying to build one heck of a tower as Rog looks on. Doesn't want to help Snars get on top of that tower. But I digress. 90 seconds for Smokey on his last stage 2 attempt here on Halo 5. Smokey has had a pretty solid go of it on stage 2, apart from in the first Halo 5 tournament when he failed this salmon ladder. But aside from that slip up, he's beaten stage 2 every other time he's made it to this stage, and he'll be determined to keep that record up here today. And he's also chasing another piece of history. I almost forgot about it. If he beats this stage, it will be his 11th stage 2 clear, which will earn him another record as he goes for the dismount on the unstable bridge, and he gets it nicely. Cable cross time. He's had a bit of a tough time with these cables on the final stage in both of the last 2 tournaments, but he has no trouble with this one. Maybe that'll get him prepared if he gets back to the final stage in this tournament as he gets the medal spin, and he could be on his way back to the final stage. He's certainly on his way back to stage 3, as long as he does not have any struggles with the wall lift like he had in the last tournament. That 2nd wall was tough for him, which means this 3rd wall is going to be even tougher. Oh, Smokey, are we seeing another Chris all over again? He still can't lift the wall. 10 seconds as the klaxon sounds. Oh, that was a good hit. Come on, Smokey, push through. Go on, son. He's done it. 3.1 seconds left on the clock. It was a close call, but Smokey is moving on, and he has picked up his 11th stage 2 clear, breaking the record held by Re95. Re was on 10 stage 2 clears. Smokey has now surpassed it and now has more stage 1 clears and more stage 2 clears than any other competitor. And he already had the most stage 3 clears as well.
Oh, come on, wall. There you go. Oh, no.
Dude, it won't... What is happening?
Oh no.
That's
I call Rita.
weird.
Oh, go.
How much time is he at?
He's gonna clear with like 2 seconds left.
Nice.
Oh my god, you still cleared with that fiasco? I don't think I've seen anyone have that kind of a problem.
See, this is definitely gonna... This is where the fanboys
How many
are all gonna get
seconds
upset.
are
They're gonna
How
say,
many people live in
"Oh,
Japan?"
Smokey's gotta hit the gym. He can't do weights.
Smokey Blaine.
3.1 people live in Japan.
And just like that, we have now reached the final run on stage 2 on Halo 5. The honor going to Alpha Puma. Like Flame, he has had a perfect record. 6 clears out of 6 on stage 1 across all 6 of the Halo 5 tournaments. And now, taking on this stage, looking to pick up his 5th Stage 2 clear in a row. So actually there's another piece of history for yet another competitor. If he can beat this stage, he'll become just the 2nd man ever after Smokey Massacre to clear Stage 2 5 tournaments in a row. And Puma, he said he was worried about this obstacle. Moving obstacles have not been kind to him, and maybe that's why he's being a little bit cautious. His punches are not great so far. He's having to take extra punches here to get this first bridge moving, but he does make it across, and now got to start the process again. Maybe trying to go, oh, that's not a good punch, Puma. You can see the struggles he's having here with building up momentum and then losing momentum. Goes a little bit early. Is he gonna make it? Oh, he needed that save jump, did Puma, but he pulls through. There's more save jumps now, perhaps not that surprising considering he set up the Save Jump Academy. But can he afford all this time? He's got less time than Flame had. 20 seconds left as he goes for the metal spin. Gets that. He has to have a clean wall lift run. If he has any sort of trouble like Smokey had, it's game over. But he gets through the first 2, gets through the 3rd one as well, and Puma's gonna do it. 6.3 seconds left, and that is 5 tournaments in a row, clearing the 2nd stage. And with that, the final Stage 2 on Halo 5 is over. 20 survivors stepped up, but 11 of them were eliminated, with every obstacle bar the downhill jump making an impact. However, were it not for the incredible efforts of our final 7 competitors who all managed to beat Stage 2, we would have set a new record for the most fails ever in a single tournament. Nevertheless, despite a record-equaling number of failures, we do still have more competitors moving on to Stage 3 on Halo 5 than ever before. 9 in total. For the first time in this course's history, Weapon Matt tops the leaderboard with the fastest time, ahead of Fireball and Sonic, who continues his incredible breakout tournament. Despite some hiccups on the wall lift, Strafe still came in with a time over 10 seconds, joined by Rog, Puma and Flame, and despite some near-miss disasters on the wall lift, Smokey and Chris just scraped through. But for these 9 competitors, there is no time to rest. They must gather themselves again to face the 3rd stage. Stage 3 has had a few changes to it since the last tournament, with a new 2nd obstacle and modifications to each of the final 3 obstacles. Once again, there is no time limit, and the only limit for our 9 competitors is how long they can hold out.
I feel like I'm in some weird fever dream. Getting this far is definitely something I didn't expect. This is, I mean, it's certainly been a very tough stage, Stage 1 and Stage 2, but I'm just excited to be here. Hopefully I can do something of interest. If I get past the double steps, I've had my fun here.
It always feels great to get to the 3rd stage. That's always my goal in every single tournament. The thing behind me, the last time I was here, that's what took me out. I'm a little nervous about it. Everything leading up to the hang climb, like the cliffhanger, even the bars, like I'm a little nervous about, but like I know I can do. It's just I think it's really gonna come down to the hang climb if I can do that. I'm nervous. I definitely say this stage that I'm nervous for, but we'll see how it goes.
After the emotional roller coaster I've been on in the first 2 stages, I am ecstatic to be back here. I mean, it's been years, and the globe grasp isn't here, so I can't get revenge on it, but the thing that replaced it looks pretty familiar, or I don't know why. If I beat the propeller bar, I'm getting a personal best, and honestly, I think I might be able to clear the stage, actually, if I have enough luck on my side.
I've had an interesting 2 performances in Stage 2 from the last 2 tournaments. You know, I was clearing in 21 and then doing abysmal in 22. Hopefully I won't do as bad as I did in 22, I'll at least do a little bit better. But considering everyone else got behind me, it should be pretty easy, so...
It's weird to think that my streak started as me being the only one now we have so many skilled people that can beat the third stage. I think this tournament, the back half I'm a little nervous about, but I feel like if I can get to the hang climb, I have a solid chance. I might have to compromise my values in spring jump, but I think I could cry tears over it while I'm climbing the final stage tower.
The final curtain of Halo 5 is ready to rise. The last act in the battle between course and competitors. But who will be the leading star? 9 of the best are still standing. The highest amount ever to reach the third stage on this course on Halo 5. We have seen 3 competitors beat this stage in both of the last 2 tournaments. Who, if anyone, will have what it takes to break through and advance to the final stage today? The first of our final 9 survivors is ready to step up, and of course it is Sonic, being led up by his fellow competitors who will all be taking on the third stage later, Matt, Flame and Rock. Sonic, the last man standing out of all those that made it to stage 2 for their first time. And he is the only competitor out of our 9 survivors that is taking on this third stage for their first time. He has 8 obstacles, no time limit, as he prepares his campaign on stage 3 on the propeller bars, just as we have seen in every Halo 5 tournament. This obstacle got a huge revamp in the last tournament to be longer and tougher. It's particularly that middle section, but Sonic has no trouble at all, making his way across the last one, the last set of bars. And now for the dismount, where he has to get onto the back of a mongoose for this new obstacle, which we're calling the Goose Ring. Think of it a bit like the arm rings from Sasuke, classic Sasuke stage 3 obstacle, but you have to do it with a mongoose basically. Push the design through the mazy structure, although it's not really a maze, but it does wiggle and turn all over the place, and you have to make your way through the twists and turns. Sonic. This is only his 3rd appearance on the course, and what makes it all the more impressive is his first 2 attempts he went out on the 3rd obstacle of stage 1 both times, failing the swinging pipes and then the ball drop in the last tournament, going from failing the ball drop to now taking on stage 3. It's been one of the breakout performances, and we've seen it over the last few tournaments. As he comes to the last part of the Goose Ring, this part is probably the trickiest part of them all, with a slightly ramped part of the superstructure. You've got to just find any way you can to get the bar up there, and it looks like he's going for a wiggle technique, which has worked. Don't screw up the dismount though, Sonic. You've got to still get off this thing safely. He's just centering himself so that whichever side he gets off, he should be fine, and he gets off safely. The first person to beat that new obstacle, and now it's time for the Devil Steps. As I say, we've seen plenty of breakout performances over the last few tournaments. Rog, 2 tournaments ago, when he made it to the final stage on his first time beating stage 1. Atlantic, of course, in the last tournament got to this stage and beat the cliffhanger, and that was his first time beating stage 1. We've seen tons of competitors get their first stage 1 clear in this tournament, but Sonic is the only one still standing to take on the 3rd stage as he gets to the top of the Devil Steps, now making the move back down, sprinting down, and comfortably makes the dismount. Now it is time for the cliffhanger. This is one that everyone is eyeing up, no matter how experienced you are. As Sonic makes his way across the first ledge, jumps up to the second ledge but hits himself, and his breakout tournament comes to an end on the cliffhanger. Let's take a look at it again. I think he just bumped himself. He bumped himself on that second ledge, didn't get the height, didn't crouch. It was just the smallest of mistakes. But that's all it took. to end Sonic's tournament. But what a tournament it's been for Sonic fan.
Got it.
Too much. Okay. No! I crouched too early. Or I crouched too late. Dang. That I am fine with that.
And I think that says it all. He may be down and out, but Sonic is very proud of that performance. Great job from Sonic. Which now brings us on to our second competitor, making his way slowly to the start line.
Are we almost there? Are we almost
We're
there?
almost there. Stop, man. My batteries are gonna be gone.
We're almost there, boys. Keep it
That's why you
going.
turn vibration off.
I think we're almost there. I think we're almost there. Yo, when am I gonna
Just a
stop
few
seeing
more
these damn
steps,
staircases
boys.
on my field?
I think they're almost there.
Almost there.
How many times have we said it? Yo, I'm actually. Oh!
Hey! He made it. He did it.
The casualties.
That was brilliant.
Oh!
Anyway, after the starter that was that intro, I guess, it's time for the main course. Once again, Fireball back on stage 3 for his third time. Getting here. Ooh, hello. Taking it a little bit more cautiously. I was expecting him to full send there. Now he goes into a full send, making his way to the last set. Ooh, almost fell off the side there. Not as smooth as Sonic was, but he still gets through and is on to the goose. As I say, his third time on this stage. He was one of the first competitors to make it to this stage in the first Halo 5 tournament, in Tournament 18. And then he made it back here 2 tournaments ago, in Tournament 21, when he failed the hang climb. As he makes his way to the end and makes the dismount comfortably. Time for the Devil's Steps, an obstacle he defeated the last time he was here in Tournament 21. Fireball makes his way to the top. He shouldn't have any trouble with this. Not many competitors have had trouble with the Devil's Steps since it took out 2 competitors in Tournament 20, but now for the cliffhanger, where Sonic just failed. He gets past the jump that Sonic missed. Now for the huge jump, which he failed in Tournament 18, but beat it in Tournament 21. He gets a late save jump, but it's still enough. Fireball pulls through and is into the back half once again. Time for the jumping bars. These have been made a lot tougher since he last attempted them, as Chumpy knows, since he failed them in the last tournament. Now you got to drop down onto the lower ledge, and then you've got to make this very tight jump to get onto the hang climb. It caused a couple of close calls last time out and almost catches out Fireball, but he gets the save jump and is now making his way up the hang climb. The obstacle that has defeated him, or that defeated him 2 tournaments ago. Fireball has been flying through the course though so far, it has to be said. Not really taking any time at all on any obstacle. Making his way to the last set of rocks, and now this jump is a perfect crouch jump. But it looks like he might be going for the spring. Yes, he does. And Fireball, unless he somehow... Oh, he might be resetting his controller settings, actually. And then with that, that's a personal best. And 2 obstacles left to go. Fireball has a shot at the Triple Crown here. He's been to the final stage on Rock's course. Of course, he's been to the final stage on Smokey's course as a Grand Champion. Now, he is 1 obstacle away from making it to the final stage on this course. That looked like a little bit of lag. That was a little bit worrying. The final ring, modified again. Now, no more head slide. It's just all rings. Drop down, and then you've got to make a huge jump here. And then you've got to make an even huger jump. That's not even a word. An even bigger jump for the final. This last jump has been made much tougher than the one we've seen in the last 2 tournaments. Everyone stops, takes a breath, as Fireball sets himself up. He goes for it! Fireball! goes down on the final jump of stage 3. He is undone right at the death, right at the very end. One jump from the Triple Crown, and it slips through his fingers. He was so close. Did he jump just that little bit too early? This angle here will tell us just how close he was. It was millimeters for Fireball.
Wait, I think I wrote it down somewhere for
No! Just short! Damn it. I knew I didn't.
My
As soon as
prediction
I
was
jumped,
right.
I knew I didn't stay on it long enough when I jumped.
Tough.
But that's
The
the first jump I've had at it.
That was close.
Good run.
That is what the modification was for, to catch out the best of the best. But you have to have a heart cold as ice to not feel for any competitor that fails the final jump. Now it is the turn of Weapon Matt. Matt is taking on stage 3 for his second time on this course, and things really have come full circle for Matt, because his first time taking on the third stage came in the first Halo 5 tournament, when he was just the second competitor ever to take on the third stage here on Halo 5. He did well, making it to the third ledge of the cliffhanger, but just came up short and finished in a 3-way tie for first place. Now, at the end of Halo 5, he has finally returned to the third stage to see if he can go further.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 5.5 years since I made stage 3. I was 14 the last time it happens, and at the time of filming this, I'm almost 20, so it feels nice to get back here. My goal right here is to set a personal best, following up a really nice stage 1 run and a really great stage 2 run, but again, if I beat the cliffhanger, I'm happy, but hopefully I can put a deep stage 3 run, if not beat it.
For Matt, it really is funny how these things work out. You know, getting here in the first Halo 5 tournament and now not getting back here again until this, the final Halo 5 tournament. In some way, Matt's career on this course alone is a bit like how his career's gone across all of Halo 5. He came out of the blocks great, then he had a bit of a sticky patch, going out earlier than he would have liked, failing stage 1s. Became disillusioned, kind of lost the love of jumping a little bit and called it quits. Now has returned and is flying high again. You just have to look at the success he's had on so many courses. Clears, records, and of course all those total victories he's achieved on so many different courses now. As he's having fun shooting the crowd, is Matt. He's enjoying himself. Now he's taking on the Devil's Steps. This is his first time trying this obstacle since it was not introduced until Tournament 19. Matt, of course, following on from the success he's had on Halo Ninja Warrior, getting to the final stage in the final Halo 5 tournament on that course, and of course a deep stage 3 in the final Spartan Sasuke tournament. Can he do the same here as he takes on his nemesis, the cliffhanger? This is where he went down the first time he tried stage 3, but he doesn't fail it this time and he chucks in a 360 as well. That is the Matt that we know. No one would think of doing a 360 on the third stage but Matt. And this is now new ground for him. He has a personal best. How far can he go as he makes his way across the jumping bars? Of course, Matt keeping up that record of finishing in the top 12 in every NWOH tournament he's been in. That's a record he's quite proud of, actually. As he now prepares to get onto the hang climb, and he goes for it and he misses it! Matt drops down on the first jump of the hang climb. He got his revenge on the cliffhanger to set a new personal best, and he showed his delight with that 360. But the hang climb, I've talked so many times in the past about how tough this jump is, and Matt becomes its first victim. Did he jump too late? Did he screw up his spring jump? Either way, Matt is down and out.
Wahoo.
Wahoo.
I got no wahoos, man. I'm disappointed in y'all.
I couldn't charge my string. I fucked up.
It was just the simplest of mistakes, and that's all it took to end Matt's final run here on Halo 5. Now it is the turn of Rog.
Well, it's stage 3. Anything can happen. I really could fail anywhere. I think the one obstacle that has me the most worried is the hang climb. I feel like I could get this far, but I was not able to get through the hang climb in practice. But if I do get through it, I don't know what the final obstacle is going to fare for me, but it should be interesting should I get that far.
Rog, it's his second time on the third stage. The first time he got here, he did pretty well, just kind of making it to the final stage. One of the most incredible breakout tournaments I have ever seen. And now he's back here again, looking to prove history can repeat itself twice, as he makes his way down to the bottom of the Devil's Steps with ease and back to the cliffhanger. He beat it once. Can he beat it again? He's shooting at it. Is he worried about this jump? It has been made harder since he tried it 2 tournaments ago. The third ledge is extremely thinner than it was last time. But Rog gets the save jump, almost overshoots it with the save jump, but gets the dismount and is 2 out of 2 on the cliffhanger. Now for the jumping bars. These have also been made harder since he tried them in Tournament 21, as Chumpy knows. But Rog is making his way down to the last one, a drop down, and now to prepare yourself for the hang climb and the jump that Matt just failed as Rog goes for it and he misses it as well. And like buses, 2 fails come along at once on the hang climb.
I don't bonk your head.
And Rog has just
Alright.
beat a bunch of people.
Oh, he's in. I don't know.
Nope.
No, he pulled a Matt. He pulled a Matt.
I pulled a Matt.
Oh, he's tied with Matt.
No, he is out.
I got there at least. Whew.
That was a good run, Rog.
I'll
You
take
got
that,
deep.
man.
Well, if Rog is happy with his run, I'm sure that's really all that matters, as we have a bunch of stragglers at the end of Stage 2. How did they get there when we're on Stage 3? And oh no. Chris is back inside the kill ball again. Every stage so far this tournament has been some sort of wacky Chris intro. He's doing the old jiggling to get himself ready, jiggling all over his body. Maybe he's into that sort of thing. But Chris is back on the third stage for the second tournament in a row. Last time he crashed out early on the first obstacle. So he'll be hoping to go a little bit further this time around, as Chris is making his final preparations as he launches himself onto the propeller bars, skipping the first jump. I don't think we've seen anyone ever do that before. And now he decides to take it a bit more cautiously. What an interesting strategy by Chris. Now coming up to the jump where he failed last time out. Maybe caution does pay off. Clearly, because he's gotten further. And Chris is flown through the propeller bars, and that is a personal best for him. As he's now onto the mongoose. What on earth is this? Oh no. Chris is launching himself through the track, through the superstructure. He has no regard for the well-being of this mongoose. I'm gonna have to take it in for a service after we're done. After Chris is done with it, the amount of damage he's probably causing to it. My God! Well, somehow this technique is working because he's actually moving through it fairly quickly. You can fall off the goose, so Chris needs to be a little bit careful that he doesn't dismount himself. Now he's on to the trickiest part, getting up the little angled bit, getting the wiggle, which he has done. Well, that was definitely one of the... Is he going to get... Oh, please, don't... I was going to say, don't dismount like that, Chris. Alright, he's through just about. I can't say he's through safely. He cleared the obstacle, I guess. Now he's onto the devil steps. Ooh, that was a little close getting onto that second step. Taking his time just a little bit. Chris shoots in midair. It's brilliant. We're seeing like cautious Chris and we're seeing mischievous fun Chris at the same time. I love to see it. Now it's time for the cliffhanger. Chris actually has a semi-decent track record on the few cliffhangers that he has attempted before. Not that he's attempted many cliffhangers on different courses, but can he beat this one? He throws himself into the wall, gets great distance. That was a brilliant jump. Takes an extra save jump and misses the ledge. What was that? Chris snatches defeat just when it looked like he'd beaten the cliffhanger. Let's look at this again. He takes an extra save jump. Does he bump the superstructure on the top of the cliffhanger? If he did, that is hugely unlucky, but did he even need to take that extra save jump rather than just go for the dismount?
Come on. Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Oh, he stopped on it?
No!
Dude, he almost stuck that. I've never seen... What the heck?
What did I bump off of?
You should have gone for a bit.
What did I bump off of?
Call it unlucky. Call it avoidable. Either way, Chris is out. 5 competitors have tried, and all 5 have failed the third stage, rather, not the first stage. There are 4 competitors left to run, starting with Flamosaurus, another competitor taking on this stage for his second time. But unlike Matt, he hasn't had to wait quite as long. His first time on Stage 3 came back in Tournament 20, but he crashed out early on the Globe Grasp. But there is no Globe Grasp this time, so Flame will be hoping he can go further and, like Chris before him, set a personal best. The positive news for Flame is that the stick slider that had taken him out on Stage 2 in both of the last 2 tournaments was removed, and look at him now. He was able to get back to Stage 3. Could great things happen for Flame again here on the third stage? He flew quite quickly through those singular propeller bars, taking his time again a little bit on the last set. Nothing wrong with taking it cautiously, as he's on to the Mongoose. If he gets through this, he will set himself that personal best as he looks to push deep into the third stage.
I think this is the first Stage 3 run I've watched on Ninja Warrior Halo since Tournament
24.
6, as far as live.
Oh, what, Irish?
So this is the first Stage 3 run I've watched live since Tournament 6.
Well, that is the crazy sort of stat that I love to hear. Tournament 6, that was over 9 years ago for Irish, since he last saw a Stage 3 run live. I'm trying to think what run it could be. Probably Dom, maybe Elite in Tournament 6, I'm not sure. But I digress. Flame is making his way to the ramp, the final part of the Goose. We heard him in his interview. He was confident of getting to at least the cliffhanger. He even felt he had an outside chance at beating this third stage, but he would need a lot of good things, good fortune to go his way if he was going to achieve the near impossible. But he is through the Mongoose, and that is a personal best for Flame as he now prepares to take on the Devil Steps. Of course, an obstacle he was not able to attempt in Tournament 20, the first of several obstacles that he will be hoping to attempt for his first time here. Making his way to the top, then this simple jump across, and now the treacherous journey back down. Not as easy as our competitors make it look, but Flame is through, and now time for the cliffhanger. Flame knows better than almost anyone the pain of going out on cliffhangers. He's It's happened to him so many times in the past. But can fortune favor this first timer? His first time trying the cliffhanger. Will beginner's luck see him through? Will the preparation he's put in be enough to get him across? He's taking his time. He looks at it, he goes for it, he jumps a little early, but Flame gets the distance, and Flame beats the cliffhanger.
Yeah. Yes. There
we got it.
He's
done it.
I'm undefeated on the cliffhanger.
Total victory.
I'm gonna take a second to just shoot this thing right now. I hate everything about this obstacle.
I will also shoot at it.
Flame is clearly not a fan of the cliffhanger, but he is through it nonetheless, and he is into the back half. Time for the jumping bars. He's going quickly. Look at this from Flame. Flies through the jumping bars and lands smoothly onto that last one. And spring jumps into the hang climb and avoids doing what Matt and Rog did. Now, if you thought getting into the hang climb was tough, it doesn't get any easier with any one of these jumps. He's past the overhang. Now he's onto the fin rocks. He almost slipped off there but saved himself. Continuing to climb. More and more treacherous and scary the higher you go. Now time for this huge perfect jump. Our competitors have been treating it like a spring jump, and Flame does the same thing. 2 obstacles left to go now. Is the impossible in sight for Flame as he approaches the spider flip? Smokey is the only competitor to ever fail this obstacle, but it can't be taken for granted. When you are so high up, the highest point anywhere on the course aside from the top of the final stage, when you are this high up, anything can happen. Anything can go through your head with the fear, and you're seeing it right now with Flame. He is taking so much time as he hangs on that ledge. Now he faces the jump. How will he approach it? Flame, he jumps up, he jumps across, he gets that save jump that he needed. Taking more save jumps just to be sure, and lands on the other side. Flame, Osaurus, the Spartan Ninja Warrior host, is just one obstacle away from glory here at the end of stage 3. The final ring cannot be taken for granted. You can't full send these. You have to take your time on each jump, which just adds yet another layer of pressure to this obstacle. But Flame took every single one of those jumps really well. Lands that with another save jump, and now one final jump left to go. Flame, did he ever expect to find himself in this situation, in this position? Can he do it? He stands up, he goes for it! Flameosaurus has beaten the 3rd stage! Absolutely unbelievable! He is the first competitor to beat stage 3 in this tournament! That is amazing from Flame! Who could have seen this coming? Flame is the first man through to the final stage this tournament. His return to the 3rd stage for his first time since Tournament 20. He got past that cliffhanger that he feared. He flew through the jumping bars. There was actually a lot of obstacles on this stage that he absolutely crushed. And although the closer he got to the finish, the more nerve-wracking it became, he held on. He held his nerve. And he is moving on to the final stage. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Let's go, Flame. Oh, shit. Wow. Flame. Do the fire and the flame.
I made it by mistake.
Ladies and gentlemen, we may have tears.
Now that we've
I'm
beaten
not
it,
gonna cry.
That is what it's all about.
I'm not dreaming. I made the final.
Fucking kick his ass, bro.
This is how stage 1 ended. That's how stage 3 ends.
I did it.
What? Put it.
I feel basically every single positive emotion that you could feel at a video game. This, I said that Spartan Sausage 19 was my happiest moment on video game. This blows it out of the water. I did not expect to get to this point. I don't know if I even expected myself to beat stage 1 at a certain point, and to get here, I don't even know what to say. I'm just ecstatic, and I can't wait to face the tower. Probably fail it, but the final's the final. I hope I can prove myself wrong.
Let's go, Flame!
I did it.
Fuck it. We can beat his ass now. Let's go. Let's go.
Dude, I knew you were capable of it. I saw you were getting the hang climb over and
A
over again.
flame pole
Dude,
victory?
you can do this.
You have to put the whole...
The purest definition of euphoria. Whew, well, how do you follow up a run like that, Strafe? Strafe back on stage 3 for the 3rd tournament in a row. Last time it didn't go according to plan for him as he crashed out right at the beginning of the 2nd obstacle. I was going to say no pressure, Strafe, following on from a stage 3 clear, but actually, if there's one man you'd want to follow on, maybe it is Strafe, because of course, he found himself in this exact situation 2 tournaments ago. When Rog cleared stage 3, Strafe was the next guy to go, and what did he do? He also cleared stage 3. Strafe quickly onto the 3rd set of bars before choosing to stop, stopping again on the 4th set. Never been the most confident competitor with this, even though he talks a good game, trying to speed run through it, but then always just slows it down a little bit, just to be on the safe side. But he's through the propeller bars, and he's technically got further than he did in the last tournament. Pick him up at the end of the Mongoose, making his way up the ramp. As I say, Strafe, he had that early stage 3 exit in the last tournament, but of course 2 tournaments ago, he made it to the final stage and is looking to get back there again today. Now he's onto the Devil Steps. Crowd watching on in the background. Chumpy, Jake, his fellow Brit Jake, and Foamy watching along. Nice to see him. Strafe making his way down. He knows how to do this obstacle. He knows how to do all of these obstacles, but that cliffhanger, what is he doing? He's save jumping his way across the 3rd ledge. This is the 1st ledge, sorry. 3rd ledge? 1st ledge. That was risky business by Strafe, but he makes it work. Now he's going for the 3rd ledge. This is thinner than it was 2 tournaments ago, but like Rog, he gets through the cliffhanger once again, and then just takes a stare back at it. That cliffhanger's no match for Strafe. What about the jumping bars? Several of these obstacles, he's beaten them all in the past, but as I said with Rog's run, several of these obstacles have been modified. The cliffhanger with the 3rd ledge, these jumping bars are so thin, and of course, this transition onto the hang climb. Oh, just about gets it! Avenging his fellow stage 4 finalist Rog. This hang climb always gets a slight makeover every tournament just to keep our competitors on their toes. In the case of Strafe, it's had 2 makeovers since he last tried it. Goes for the big jump and he's fine. Is he going to go for the spring jump? It looks like he will. I can assure you guys, you do not have to spring jump that, but everyone is playing it safe just to be sure. Now it's time for the spider flip. Still no signs of familiarity for Strafe. This obstacle also been modified. The gap just been made ever so slightly bigger. He jumps up, he jumps across. He could have stuck it, but he chooses to save jump again just to be sure. And in the blink of an eye, Strafe has made it to the final obstacle as well. It is time for the final ring. He is 1 for 1 on this. Can he go 2 for 2? Fireball couldn't do it. Oh, Strafe almost overshot that bottom ring, but he survives. Fireball couldn't do it. Flame did manage to succeed. Can Strafe do it? He goes for it early. Strafe! Oh my goodness! He's done it! How did he pull himself up from that position? Strafe has beaten stage 3 once again. That is incredible, but we have to look at this final jump again. He goes for the jump early, and it looks like he's going to get pulled down, but he pulls himself up by his toenails. Absolutely incredible. He's done it again.
Alright, come on. We can do this.
Yes!
He's done it! Let's go, Stray!
Yes!
Man, it's on stage 4.
Stage 4, stage 3.
Stage 4, here you go.
What?
Here you go.
Everyone is loving it. We will have a Brit on the final stage once again. And just like that, 5 fails in a row have been followed by back-to-back clears, with the perfect man for the job next up.
Wow, you know, I think back to tournament 5 when I failed that ball on stage 1, and you know, obviously it wasn't the best start for my career, but things turned around, especially on Halo 4, and now this is my 11th time on stage 3, and I really can't believe it. I mean, it's been such a long time. It took me a long time to accomplish this, and it all started with that first time I reached stage 3 back in tournament 11. So yeah, I've obviously come a long way since then, and hopefully I can make it back to the final stage, but just being back here again feels amazing, and it's honestly, this is all I could really ask for.
It has been a bit like a rags to riches tale for Smokey on this course. He definitely had to take the long way round in his climb to the top. It's easy to forget about that when you think back to the start of his career. But Smokey's got quite the roll call of competitors watching. We've seen Irish, Matt, Vulcan, Joey, Z, Snaz, Demi in the gold, Fireball, I'm not sure who that was in the purple there, Flame in the background. Who was that in the purple? I can't remember. Maybe it'll come to me. So shout out if someone in the chat knows who it is. But anyway, I digress. 8 obstacles, no time limit, and Smokey takes on the 3rd stage for his 11th time, setting a new record. The first man to reach the 3rd stage 11 times. Ree held that record for a long time when he reached the 3rd stage. For his 10th time in Tournament 16, Smokey obviously tied it in the last tournament, and now has surpassed it. As he makes his way down the left-hand side of the final set of the propeller bars for the final set, and he gets onto the goose safely. Let's pick him up at the Devil's Steps. Love to see that crowd in the background. I've got to give it a shout out again. One of the biggest crowds we have seen here on Halo 5 on any Stage 3 run. And of course, it has to be for the Grand Champion Smokey Massacre. Making his way up, and now across, and now back down. Smokey has beaten the 3rd stage in both of the last 2 tournaments. Another record that he set himself, actually. The first competitor to beat stage 3 in back-to-back tournaments, doing a Go Tanks. He would love to make it a hat-trick of successes, but first he has to keep up his perfect record on the cliffhanger. He has never failed a cliffhanger as he goes for the 3rd ledge, and he makes a good jump, gets a good save jump, and makes his way across yet again. Now for the jumping bars. Choosing not to full send them like we saw from Flame. Smokey, he still knows how to go fast, but maybe not on stage 3. He's learned how to pace himself very well on the 3rd stage these days. Can he get this jump onto the hang climb? This almost took him out in the last tournament, but a much smoother landing this time around. Another obstacle he has never failed, although unlike the cliffhanger, he obviously hasn't attempted it as many times. But he does still have a 100% record on it. Takes a short hop just to play it safe on that little rock. Now onto the second slanted ledge. Now for the huge jump across. Gets that. Is he going to go for the spring? Looks like he will, and he comfortably makes it. Once again, I can assure you guys, you know, I made it. And he goes for another spring jump. I was going to say, I can't spring jump, so you know that jump is possible without spring jumping. I gotta stop talking about the hang climb and spring jumping because he just destroyed the spider flip jump like it wasn't even there. And Smokey is onto the final ring. Is he gonna do it again? He's flown through the third stage like it wasn't there, like it's been child's play for him. But we know just how tough any third stage is. Can he beat this final jump again? Can he make it to the final stage 3 times in a row? He's taking his time. He won't underestimate this jump because of what happened to Fireball. He's backing up. He's really taking his time here. He stands up. He looks at it. Is he going to... No, he doesn't go for it. He's going to step back even more. We know from Strafe that you don't need the biggest of run-ups. Now Smokey goes for it, and he's done it again! Smokey Massacre has beaten the third stage yet again! 3 tournaments in a row, and 5 times total he has now made it to the final stage. This is absolutely incredible.
22 points.
Yeah.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Oh,
be the one to practice.
I want to kill him! Kill him!
Dance party. You need the
5 stage 3 clears for Smokey.
Nice run, Smokey.
Smokey, get over
I
here.
gotta jump into this?
Oh, get over here.
No. Oh, yeah, I want to jump to these guys.
Dance party. Get him in the middle of the circle.
Let's go, Smokey.
Oh, God.
Dude, he did it 3 tournaments in a row. That's gotta be a record. Come on.
I'm just gonna say it. This man is the Nagano of NWOH. Unbelievable. Yet again.
This is insane, man. Honestly, I don't. I think the last 2 tournaments getting to the final stage, like when I got to the final jump in tournament 20, failed it, and then in 21, getting back to the final stage, I was like, that was just that one was an incredible feeling to me. In 22, to get back there for a second time in a row, I could not believe it. That was like, honestly, that to me felt better than getting total victory. Getting back to the final stage for a second time in a row. Now 3 times in a row, this is definitely better than than achieving total victory to me, because being able to get back to that final stage 3 times in a row, 5 times in my career, this is I can't believe it. Even on that final jump right there, as I was in midair, I knew in my head that I came up short. I was like, dang, I missed it. I didn't get it. And then all of a sudden my feet were on the final platform and I couldn't believe it. So I'm excited to move back onto the final stage. Hopefully I can do well on it, but honestly, I don't really care how I do on it. I'm just happy to be back.
Which leaves us with just 1 competitor left. The final stage 3 run here on Halo 5, and they are preparing for his run by building a tower, Flame and Strafe atop our final runner, Alpha Puma, back on the 3rd stage for his 6th time. And the last time he was here in the previous tournament, he achieved his ultimate goal of finally making it to the final stage. Of course, he would love to now make it 2 final stage appearances in a row. 8 obstacles, no time limit, to find out if he can do it. His 6th time on stage 3, as I say, and the 5th tournament in a row he has made it to this stage, becoming only the 2nd competitor ever to achieve that milestone. No surprise, the other competitor being, of course, Smokey Massacre. Smokey making it 3 competitors in a row clearing this stage. Could we really see a 4th clear, a 4th attempt at the final stage, and a 4th clear in a row to wrap up the final stage 3 here on Halo 5? As Puma gets into the goose and starts advancing. As I say, one of only 2 competitors to reach the 3rd stage in 5 consecutive tournaments. Of course, Ree has made it to stage 3 in 5 appearances in a row, but he missed tournament 14. Aside from that, he did have 5 stage 3s in a row across Halo 4 from tournaments 11 to 16, but as I say, missed tournament 14, so therefore it's not 5 tournaments in a row. But still a huge milestone for Puma, especially when you consider when he started that run in tournament 19, he was the only competitor out of 100 to make it to the 3rd stage. Now, as each tournament's gone by, that number has gone up and up and up, and culminated in this huge group of 9 competitors that have made it to stage 3 in this tournament. As Puma makes his way to the end of the goose, gets over the ramp reasonably quicker than most, and is dismounted nicely. Time for the Devil Steps, the only competitor to have attempted this obstacle in every tournament it's been in, since of course it was introduced in tournament 19. Swan and Ump still remain the only 2 competitors to ever fail this obstacle, both failing it in tournament 20. Puma making his way down and gets the dismount comfortably, and he will be keeping up his perfect streak on the Devil Steps. But now time for his first real challenge in the cliffhanger. He has failed this once before, that was in tournament 21, as he goes quickly for the 3rd ledge, takes an extra save jump, that's a little risky as we saw with Chris, but Puma survives, once again making it past the cliffhanger. It's funny, Puma, as he's not been the most extravagant this tournament, certainly not been one of the quickest, but he hasn't really had any crazy near misses or close calls like we've seen with a few of our competitors across the first 2 stages. Puma's probably been just had the most relaxed run to the 3rd stage, with just nailing all of his techniques and nailing all of the obstacles across the first 2 stages. As he makes his way onto the hang climb, another obstacle he has beaten and failed in the past. Ooh, that was a little bit low there as he was coming off of the overhang, but he survives just. Lands on the rock to take the save jump. Net time for the next ledge. 2 more jumps to go to beat the hang climb. He's leaning into the wall. This is an interesting technique. Gotta make sure he doesn't hit his head on that upper rock. I think he should be safe, but he is leaning very close to the wall here, and he does just about make it. But now it is time for this perfect crouch jump. We've seen every other competitor so far, Fireball, Flame. Oh, Puma does get a spring jump. Vulcan and Smokey all go for the spring jump to make this. As I've said, you don't have to spring jump to do this, but can Puma nail a spring jump? It's not something that he's well known for. What on earth just happened there? That was a weird little save jump he just took. Is he going to commit to it? Is this getting in Puma's head slightly? He's taking a long time here trying to set himself up to get a spring jump. Oh, he gets one! Oh, but he misses it! But he still manages to save himself! Puma! Surely he's got to just try and commit to this jump rather than trying to get a spring, because even if he manages to, like that, even if he manages to pull off a successful spring, can he Okay, now he's just committing to trying to go for it. He has to save himself again, though. This is starting to turn into a battle of might, a battle of willpower. Puma misses it again, but he did land a little bit more safely on that rock. He's got to nail his jump here. That was a little bit closer, but it's still not enough. This is turning into a battle of the wills. This is his Takeda moment. Takeda all those years ago on the spider flip. This is Puma on the hang climb, trying to get this last jump. He almost got it then, but it's still not enough. Puma goes for it again, still can't get it. Is he fully committing to this jump, or is he just leaving that little bit to spare so that he can keep landing back on that lower rock? It's hard to tell. He's trying to give himself a little bit more of a run-up. Goes for it again, still can't get it. I can't tell if he's fully committing to this jump or not. Oh, that was a little bit closer, but it's still not enough. If this was all about finger strength and arm strength, his arms would be burning right now for how long he's been hanging on this one jump. Again, he was so close, but it's still not enough. Puma still can't get it. How many more attempts can he make at this? Goes for it again, still can't get it. I've lost count of how many save jumps, or how many attempts and save jumps he's made at this so far. He gives himself an extra second just to try and set himself up in a different spot. Goes for it again, save jumps again, but slips off! And Puma, just like that, is beaten! The battle of wills was not enough. He is defeated, and we gotta count these jumps. How many attempts did he make at this? He tried going for the spring jump and then just started committing to just trying to push and make the jump. But it was just a never-ending cycle of attempt after attempt after attempt. Some were close, others nowhere near, but he kept fighting, he kept saving himself. He took 15 attempts at this jump, and then on the 16th, he saved himself, but he slipped off and slipped out.
No! After all of that.
Puma spent just over 3 minutes on that final jump of the hang climb. Flame and Strafe would have loved for Puma to join them on the final stage, but he will not, and his stage 3, his Halo 5 journey ends at the hang climb. And with that, stage 3 has concluded, and we can move on to the final stage. For the 3rd tournament in a row, we shall see 3 competitors take on the tower. We have seen a variety of young, fresh faces alongside experienced stars of the past, but none of them have had what it takes to conquer this final stage yet. As always, it's 2 obstacles in the race to the top, the Heavenly Ladder and the Cable Climb, but with a modification. An extra jump has been added to the top of the cable climb to avoid our competitors hitting their head on the roof. So technically, although the final stage is 1 jump longer, in exchange there has been a time increase of 3 seconds, meaning our competitors will have 38 seconds to try to reach the top and achieve Kanzen Seiya. Our 3 competitors have arrived and are ready to face this challenge. One man who has now completed Halo 5 with a perfect Stage 1 clear streak sits on the precipice of achieving the ultimate glory. A Brit who has a second shot at going for glory. And the Grand Champion who steps up for his 5th time on this final stage, and his third tournament in a row taking on this challenge. Do any of them have what it takes? Can one of them reach the top to become a grand champion?
Well, I looked at it last tournament when I was here spectating runs, and I was nervous then. So to now be about to actually attempt it, this is probably the most nervous I have ever been for any run on any course I have ever done. And I hope that I can beat this stage. I know that I can, but I know that the chance is very, very low. So I hope I win, obviously, but if I don't, I hope I can get as far as I can. It means a lot to me. Like, I started jumping so many years ago, almost a decade, and starting off on the 360 as some guy with a not funny gamer tag. It did terrible. I disappear. Then I come back in. All of a sudden, I'm not terrible. But still, no one really expected me to get to this point. And to now be here on any course, because I thought it would be Spartan Sasuke. But a final's a final. No matter the course, I am not going to complain.
The first man stepping up to the final stage is the Spartan Ninja Warrior host, Flamosaurus. Flame is today making his 7th appearance on the course after debuting in Tournament 15 with the rather unique gamer tag, MyMum47. But after he crashed out early on the rolling ball on his debut and then disappeared, missing the next 2 tournaments, it seemed like Flame was just your typical rando. That all changed when he returned in Tournament 18 with the new gamer tag, Flame Vortex. Since then, he has been transformed. A perfect Stage 1 clear streak of 6 out of 6 on Halo 5 has propelled Flame into unique company. This includes being one of only 3 competitors to beat Stage 1 in Tournament 19. Although his struggles with the second stage have meant Flame has not always been in contention for the top prizes, his performance today has to go down as one of the most unexpected success stories on NWOH, surpassing everyone's expectations, including his own. The question now is, can he deliver one more unexpected run? One more unexpected success story? Can the man, nicknamed the Donkey, become just the 3rd ever Grand Champion? Flame. Could he ever have imagined himself in this position? He came into this tournament nervous about even beating Stage 1, as Matt gives him the back smack, a competitor who's been in this position many times in the past, standing at the foot of a final stage. Flame, when he started all those years ago, did he ever imagine himself in this position? He conquered his nerves to get that perfect Stage 1 streak. He overcame his demons and his past failings to get through Stage 2, and then produced a run for the ages on Stage 3. Can he do it again here on the final stage? 3 shots and his time will begin. 38 seconds starts now for Flame on the final stage. The Heavenly Ladder. He's got to move fast, as he knows from watching previous competitors, to save as much time as possible for the cable climb. He stops on that 3rd to last one, but he gets onto the gold one with 22 seconds left on the clock and now hits the cables. He's got a good pace, but he has to maintain it. As he gets through the first set, he's about halfway through and he falls off. Flame! He slips from the 7th cable just as he reached the halfway point. Flame is beaten and the cable climb claims yet another victim. He was looking really good, but just one little slip, he overshot that jump just a little bit too much. It shows just how precise, just how near perfect you have to be on the cable climb. One mistake and a great run by Flame comes to an end.
No!
Oh.
Damn, you were flying, dude.
You were loaded.
Good try, Flame.
You did better than me.
Just a little more than 10 seconds. Like, he failed like the 7th. He about failed about halfway up.
That was a good run, dude.
Yeah, great run, man.
Hey, you're going fast enough to get your
Right.
shot. That's really all you can do, you know?
You can hear his disappointment. Let's hear from him now.
I'm just mad. I could have had it. That's all I have to say.
Oh, it is gutting for Flame, but it does not take away from the phenomenal tournament he has had.
I think I can speak on behalf of everybody. I don't think anybody was expecting me to get back to the final stage. Again, let alone on Halo 5. I would have thought I would have had a good chance again on Infinite. I might have attempted this stage already, but that doesn't mean I'm going to do as well as I did last time. For all I know, I could do worse. So hopefully I would like to do better, even more, achieve constant Zeha, I guess. So yeah, let's find out.
Returning to the final stage is the veteran Strafe Helix. Today, Strafe makes history as he becomes just the 3rd competitor ever in NWOH to reach the final stage twice. Since his first attempt at the final, Strafe has also become just the 2nd competitor ever to achieve the Triple Crown after making it to the final stage in the final Halo 5 tournament of Halo Ninja Warrior. Did Strafe ever believe he would achieve the successes he had when he was going on his streak of failing the 5th obstacle of Stage 1 on this course? Did Strafe ever believe he would achieve these successes when he suffered his earliest failure going out on just the 2nd obstacle in Tournament 16? Ever since his first Stage 1 clear in Tournament 20 and his breakout run to the final in Tournament 21, Strafe has been riding a wave of success and never looked back. Now that he's returned to the final stage, he will be hoping to go further than he did last time, when the challenge of the tower proved too much for him to handle and he crashed out, getting on to the cable climb. The goal? Reaching the top of the tower. The motivation, the chance to become a grand champion. The good luck charm, when Ree and Smokey both made it to the final stage for their 2nd times, they both achieved total victory. Could fate strike for a 3rd time and see Strafe join them in the plethora of champions? We had to wait 21 tournaments to see a Brit make it to the final stage on NWOH. Now, a 2nd shot in just 3 tournaments. The rematch between Strafe and the final stage. The crowd watching on are excited to see how Strafe will fare this time around. Let's not forget, Strafe had an incredible save, a near miss on the final obstacle of Stage 1. He survived that, and he has not looked back since. Aside from Smokey and Puma, Strafe might just be putting himself in contention to be our next best competitor, contender for total victory. Can he take the sweetest of revenge? It's time to find out. 38 seconds, and his 2nd shot at glory begins. Strafe, he knows that speed is the key, but just as important is making no mistakes. That's what cost him the first time around, but he is hitting all of his jumps, hitting all of his marks so far, and he hits the last to the top of the Heavenly Ladder with the same amount of time that Flame had. He's onto the cables, he's onto the 3rd one and slips off. And Strafe is beaten again by the final stage. He got further than he did last time. He sets himself a new personal best, but he is beaten again by this final stage tower. The cable climb is the most merciless of obstacles as his fellow competitors beat him into a corner. Strafe, he got onto that first cable, which he couldn't do the first time around. But on that third cable, he failed the same jump that Puma did. Puma came up short, but Strafe, just like Flame before him, ever so slightly overshot that cable. And although he was trying to set himself for the next jump, he was too far on the edge, and instead all he did was run off and drop back to earth. Defeated. Strafe. It's phenomenal he's made it back here again, but once again it ends in defeat.
Oh, f***. I did better than last time, though. I did better.
Yeah, it's improvement.
I did beat Flame. Shit.
I'm coming straight.
Yeah, you're still in first, Flame.
It's hard to tell if he's happy or sad with how that final stage has turned out.
Well, I said I wanted to get further, and I guess I did in some form, if it was by like 3 jumps. But I wanted to get a little bit further, but oh well, it's been a good tournament, and to everybody else that did well, so yeah, oh well, see you on Halo Infinite.
And then there was one. Although there's 2 actually at the moment. You guys are not seeing double. That is Joey. Decided to dress up as Smokey. Maybe a new way to motivate Smokey by getting him to stare at himself.
Yeah, so my last 2 attempts at this final stage have been less than exemplary. So I'm going to... My goal this time is to get to the top. I know that the time limit is obviously strict, and I do have to climb up fast. And it's a weird balance because I don't want to go so slow just to guarantee getting to the top if I know it's not going to be enough for a total victory. But I need to focus on getting to the top and just hope that my speed will, well, I guess carry through with me throughout the run. So my goal is to hit that buzzer. If I do it within the time limit, that would be incredible. Maybe my 3rd time is the charm on this final stage. But if I fail again, hey, I really am not going to be upset, or I'm not going to feel defeated if I fail this final stage for a 3rd tournament in a row, because it is the final stage. It is super tough, and just being back here again is the biggest honor in the world.
The last man standing and the final ever run on Halo 5 will be the grand champion, Smokey Massacre. Perhaps it was always meant to be. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised, as Smokey continues to be the brightest light on this course. For so many years he has led the way, from his first Stage 1 clear in Tournament 6 to his first Stage 2 clear in Tournament 11, and all of the other incredible moments he has produced along the way. After his total victory in Tournament 16, Smokey reached a crossroads with early fails in Tournaments 18 and 19 that could have signalled the end of Smokey's era of dominance. Instead, Smokey has taken his performances to even greater levels. A last jump fail on Stage 3 in Tournament 20, followed by 3 consecutive appearances on the final stage. Even in this tournament, it hasn't been the smoothest of rides for Smokey, with close call finishes on stages 1 and 2, but he still continues to find a way. Over the last few tournaments, Smokey has been on a warpath, rewriting the record books, now holding the most clears on stages 1, 2 and 3. One of the few records Smokey still is chasing is Re95's record of 6 first place finishes. Re got his 6th and final first place in Tournament 12, with Smokey getting his first of 5 just 1 tournament later. Can Smokey cap off Halo 5 by matching that record and getting his 6th first place? And of course, could he become the first ever two-time Grand Champion. What words are left to describe Smokey on this course? He is a machine. He is a monster. He is a destroyer of records. Now standing ready to take on the final stage for his 5th time, as Snaz gives him one final pat on the back. 5 times in 18 appearances. 3 in a row. I don't know which one's more impressive. 3 tournaments in a row or 5 total. But this is it. The final run to end it all on Halo 5. Smokey knows this challenge better than any other competitor on the planet. The view from the top of the final stage, overlooking all of the first 3 stages. Smokey has conquered them in this tournament, just as he's conquered them again and again and again in the past. Can he conquer this final challenge to end it all? 38 seconds and a date with destiny. Smokey, it's time! Smokey is climbing the heavenly ladder, standing on the right hand side, looking to the left. Slightly different technique from what we saw from Flame and Strafe, but he's got a good pace. He's moving very well, no mistakes, and he gets to the top in about the same time as the others as he misses the first cable! And Smokey is out! And just like that, Halo 5 has come to an end as Smokey, for the 3rd time in a row, falls earlier than he did last time. He matches the joint worst run on this version of the final stage, just like we saw from Strafe 2 tournaments ago. What happened? Did he misjudge it? Did he make the mistake before he'd even begun, standing on the right hand side of the tower, so when he got to the top he couldn't fully judge the distance from the heavenly ladder onto that first cable? Either way, it is devastating, and Smokey is beaten yet again.
Oh, not again. Oh. That's the exact same thing I did last time. Oh. I thought I did that last time. Yeah, that's fine.
Could anyone have predicted the final ever run would have ended like that?
You know, seeing as I've achieved total victory on this course before, I don't feel like there's something left that I still need to accomplish, so just being able to do whatever I can to have success on this course, that's what I really care about now, so I'm not disappointed. I'm not upset with how I failed. I could have failed stage 1, I could have failed stage 2, or even stage 3, but being able to make it back to the final stage for my 3rd tournament in a row and my 5th time overall on this course, that means the world to me, and it wasn't the prettiest final stage attempt, but I don't feel the need to get total victory again. I just want to prove that I can keep getting back there. And who knows, maybe if I keep that up, maybe another total victory will come in the future, but for now, I am extremely satisfied with my tournament, very happy with how I performed, and this is the perfect way for this tournament to end for me, and I'm glad that, not ending up in first place, that means that someone else got to have the light shine on them, so I'm happy for them as well. You know, as Halo 5 comes to an end with all the delays that Halo Infinite has brought us, obviously we've stuck around on Halo 5 a little bit longer than expected maybe, but it's been incredible because just in the last year or so, the amount of people who have shown up and have stepped up in the Halo jumping community as extremely talented jumpers and have had more success. You know, we've seen a lot of other new tournaments start up. It's just been, to me, like the best time ever in Halo jumping because there's so many people who are part of it now. There's so many good competitors. It's so fun to watch all these talented people step up to all these different courses. So Halo 5 to me, it's been, you know, there were some ups and downs throughout the Halo 5 era when it came to Halo jumping, but I think it's going to end at an all-time high, and I'm so happy about that. I'm ready to move forward. I think there's still a lot to happen in the Halo jumping community as we move on to Halo Infinite, but Halo 5, it's been a wonderful time, and all of these tournaments have been phenomenal and so fun to compete in. I just can't wait to see what the future holds.
Smokey's wrap-up speech is a fitting way to end Halo 5, but ultimately it is a finale that has ended in defeat. We've now seen 9 attempts made at this final stage. Not a single one has even reached the top of the tower, let alone achieved total victory. In the end, it was Flame that took first place, and although he was disappointed not to reach the top, he can take comfort from knowing this performance is a fitting conclusion to an otherwise incredibly consistent result of successes for him across all of Halo 5. Likewise, Strafe and Smokey can also take pride in their performances to get back to the final stage once again. In the end, all 100 competitors have been defeated, and we were unable to crown a new Grand Champion. But now, it is time to say goodbye to Halo 5. Although NWOH didn't have as many tournaments as I would have liked across the 7 years of Halo 5, the 6 tournaments that we did have produced some all-time memorable moments. From reaching the landmark 20th tournament in this course's history, to the most brutal Stage 1 ever in Tournament 19. From Rog's unbelievable breakout run to the final in Tournament 21, to Irish's emotional comeback clear on Stage 1 in Tournament 22. And so many more incredible moments, too many for me to shout out, so instead, I want to say thank you to every single competitor who stepped up to the course, whether you were only in one tournament or if you were in all 6 of the Halo 5 tournaments. Without you guys, every single one of these moments would not have happened, and I am eternally grateful to you all for your contributions. But now it is the time to look ahead to the future, to Halo Infinite and all the endless possibilities that await us on that game. Not just with the new obstacles, the new challenges, the new courses, but all of the new competitors that await. The arrival of PC players, the next generation of stars of the future, ones that will surely write new records here in NWOH's history, and maybe, just maybe, could become the next Grand Champion and earn the right to become just the 3rd competitor ever to sit on the throne of champions. I want to thank you guys so much for your support throughout watching this tournament and through all of Halo 5. Until then guys, I've been Hunt Unit 751. We'll see you guys next time on Halo Infinite. Hey guys, it's me, Hunt Unit 751. I was going to do this over a text and a blank screen, but I felt it was more important to come and speak to you guys about it. Speak to you guys about 2 things, actually. First, I want to thank everybody once again that has tuned into this finale episode and all of Tournament 23, especially those that have been waiting so long for this to come out. Patiently, some not so patiently, but ultimately have had to wait. Because I know better than anyone how frustrating it's been, the amount of time it's taken to get this tournament out, and for that I can only apologise guys. Unfortunately, I think work, Ninja, my involvement with Ninja and OCR in the UK, and all of the other life responsibilities that come with it means that this NWOH hasn't always been the first priority for me. And I know that most adults watching and most of my fellow course hosts, particularly the ones that can't host as frequently as they used to in the past, I know you guys will understand that. But I did feel that I needed to come and apologise to you guys for how long it's taken to get this tournament out, and hope you understand why it has taken as long as it has. But I also, secondly, want to give you guys a promise as well as an apology. A promise that no matter what, the fire and passion I still have for NWOH burns just as brightly as it did when I first started almost 16 years ago. If I could host more tournaments more frequently, I would in a heartbeat, because I absolutely love it. And I can't promise or guarantee if or when things will improve, but I can promise that NWOH will be back. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I hope you guys can look forward to the next tournament, Tournament 25, hosting very, very soon. And of course, seeing the upload and the start of the episodes for Tournament 24, the first tournament on Halo Infinite. Until next time, guys, I've been Hunter. We'll see you guys next time.